Hello everyone, welcome back to Buried Files. This evening we journey deep into the frozen heart of Alaska, uncovering chilling accounts that most would never dare to speak aloud. Tonight's episode promises not only tales of horror but glimpses into the realities faced by those who call Alaska's remote small towns home. Each story you are about to hear is anchored in first-hand testimony, gathered from individuals scattered across America and carefully brought to life from the disturbing memories that still haunt them. The authenticity of these accounts has been treated with utmost respect, and while some names and identifying details have been changed to protect those involved, the terror remains untouched. Prepare yourself for 8 of the most disturbing true experiences ever reported from Alaska's wilderness. If you have not joined the Buried Files community yet, remember to subscribe for new true horror stories every week. Activate the notification bell so you are always first to hear when another file is unearthed. Jolene Hawthorne had always been captivated by the idea of flight. Growing up in the flat plains of Minnesota, she would often lie beneath the open sky for hours, watching prop planes and commercial jets leave their long trails in the blue expanse above. From a young age, she knew her dreams were tethered to the clouds, destined to soar beyond the grounding earth. It was her passion and escape, a desire to see the world from a vantage point few others ever experienced. After years of diligent study and careful accumulation of flight hours, Jolene finally earned her pilot's wings. She began flying short regional hops around the Midwest, hauling cargo and learning the rigorous discipline demanded by the skies. But she soon realized that her true calling beckoned further north, to remote lands where flying was not just a profession but a lifeline. Her new post was in Alaska, flying supply missions into some of the most isolated villages on the continent. These communities depended on people like her to bring them essentials during the months when the Arctic winter held the land in its icy grip. Roads froze over or disappeared entirely beneath snowdrifts and ice, and the seas turned too treacherous for boats. In Kotzebue, a small Inupiat village hugging the edge of the Chukchi Sea, Jolene's flights were crucial to survival. She was no stranger to the brutal Arctic environment. She had trained extensively in cold weather survival, learned to anticipate sudden weather changes, and mastered the intricate dance of flying in low visibility, piercing snow and sub-zero temperatures. Each flight was a challenge of skill, nerve, and endurance. The isolation never bothered her much. She had always been comfortable in her own company, and the compensation for Arctic flying made the hardships worthwhile. This particular January morning dawned with an icy stillness that Jolene found almost unnerving. The sun barely broke the horizon, casting a faint pale light that seemed swallowed by heavy clouds. Temperatures hovered at 30 degrees below 0 Fahrenheit, and the snow hung frozen, glittering faintly in the sparse daylight like countless tiny diamonds scattered across the landscape. Her aircraft for the supply run, a reliable de Havilland Beaver, was stocked fully with barrels of heating fuel, necessary to keep homes warm during the relentless cold. Crates of preserved food supplies, boxes of medical necessities including antibiotics and vaccinations, and small luxuries like children's books, batteries, and educational materials. Each crate represented lives dependent on her for survival. The weight distribution was perfect. Fuel tanks topped off, and weather reports showed manageable conditions for the 3-hour flight north. Approaching the Kotzebue airstrip was usually a welcome sight, a sign of familiar faces and bustling life. The village council always arranged for workers to meet the supply flights, and children would often gather to watch the plane land, their breath forming white clouds in the frigid air. Yet when Jolene touched down that day, she was met with an unnerving silence. Gone were the usual workers unloading freight, the dogs barking in greeting, the murmur of the village waking after another night of Arctic darkness. Jolene's heart hammered with an unsettling foreboding as she disembarked, the cold numbness of the air pressing against every inch of exposed skin. She breathed deeply, the chill air stinging her lungs, half expecting the usual warmth of life around her, but instead greeted only with oppressive, unnatural quiet. The wind that typically carried sounds of daily village life, children calling to each other, adults discussing the day's tasks, sled dogs yipping, was absent. With the sled hooked behind the plane, Jolene began hauling her cargo across the runway toward the town center. The snow-crusted paths lay deserted, footsteps muffled beneath fresh snowfall. Houses, though neat and orderly, showed signs of abandonment, curtains still drawn back as if residents had left suddenly, coats dangling on hooks by doorways, untended fires reduced to cold ash in stone hearths. Smoke should have been rising from every chimney in weather this cold, but the sky remained clear. A soft whisper of wind stirred through the trees, carrying nothing but a chilling sense of absence. Jolene called out, her voice fragile in the vast stillness. "Is anyone here? We have supplies. Help has arrived." But no reply answered her desperate plea. The echo of her own voice seemed to mock her from the empty buildings. The grocery store was the next stop. Usually alive with the daily rhythms of the village, today it stood frozen in time. The front doors were thrown open as if escape had been sudden and urgent. Shelves remained undisturbed, stocked with canned goods, and the smell of stale air lingered. A tattered newspaper lay scattered on the floor, dated 2 weeks previous. Money still sat in the cash register, and a half-eaten sandwich on the counter had begun to mold. Trying to reach the council office via radio offered no comfort. Only static hissed back in response. Her emergency frequencies produced nothing but white noise. Her concern deepened, but training pushed her forward. In situations like this, protocol demanded a thorough search before declaring an emergency. Pressing on to the community center, Jolene found chaos stark and still. Overturned chairs and scattered papers whispered of hasty departure. A calendar on the wall remained frozen on December with no markings beyond the 15th. Her flashlight beam captured frozen snapshots of a life abruptly halted. Coffee cups still sitting on tables, meeting notes scattered on the floor, a child's drawing of a polar bear taped to one wall. Suddenly, a door upstairs slammed sharply, echoing through the empty halls. Jolene's heart pounded against her chest as she ascended cautiously, flashlight beam dancing nervously ahead of her. The rooms were empty save for scattered personal effects. Books left open, a doll lying face down on a cracked floorboard, winter clothes strewn about as if people had dressed quickly. On one wall, a solitary note caught her eye, its message smeared but unmistakable. "We fled into the storm. The shadow is coming. Do not follow us into the dark." A shiver of dread ran through her that had nothing to do with the cold. What shadow? And what kind of storm had forced the villagers to abandon their homes so suddenly, leaving behind everything they owned? She pressed on, venturing to the more remote surrounding homes, hoping to find someone who could explain what had happened. Here, signs of sudden departure were even more telling. Abandoned snowmobiles half buried in deep drifts, sleds tipped on their sides with supplies scattered in the snow, and children's toys left strewn as though the owners had been called away mid-play. Some houses had doors standing wide open, letting in the killing cold that would have frozen any remaining pipes within hours. Through the biting cold, her breath a dense cloud, Jolene noticed fresh footprints that were unbroken by new snow. The tracks led away from Kotzebue's center and stretched toward the frozen shoreline, a narrow path carved across the ice. The footprints were deep and hurried, as if made by people running in panic. Despite the gnawing pit of fear in her stomach, instinct and compassion urged her to follow. Perhaps some villagers had sought shelter in the fishing huts along the shore. Perhaps they were waiting for rescue, trapped by circumstances beyond their control. The air shifted as she reached the ice. The vast expanse of the Chukchi Sea reflected the shimmering aurora dancing in green and violet ribbons across the sky. It was both breathtaking and haunting, a surreal backdrop to the mystery before her. The aurora seemed unusually active, casting an otherworldly glow that made the ice appear to pulse with its own inner light. From behind a weathered fishing shack, a figure materialized. Pale and trembling, yet profoundly alive, the man seemed haunted by the elements and the solitude alike. His clothes were tattered, face gaunt from hunger and exposure, but his eyes held a desperate relief at seeing another human being. I was waiting, he whispered, voice cracked from cold and exhaustion. Everyone else, they fled into the storm and never came back. I stayed behind, hoping someone would come, hoping the supply plane would arrive. His name was Isaac, a local fisherman who had become separated during a sudden and violent blizzard that had descended upon the village 2 weeks prior. The storm had not been typical, he relayed between chattering teeth. It brought with it a darkness that was almost tangible, a shadow moving with the wind, stalking the village streets like something alive and malevolent. Isaac described how the shadow seemed to drive people mad with fear, corralling the frightened villagers and forcing them to flee into the wilderness where many succumbed to the unrelenting cold. Those who tried to resist or hide were found the next morning, dead but unmarked, as if their life force had simply been drained away. Jolene tended to him, wrapping the thin man in soft blankets from her emergency kit and sharing water and food from her pack. His story chilled her more than the Arctic wind, but she focused on the immediate need to keep him alive until help could arrive. Her mind reeled but focused. Understanding the gravity of the situation, she radioed the Kotzebue airport to request emergency medevac assistance. The voice that answered was strained and worried. Other pilots had reported strange atmospheric disturbances in the region, and several aircraft had gone missing in recent weeks. The answer was grim and urgent. Worsening weather conditions meant rescue efforts would be delayed. High winds and whiteout conditions had already grounded other flights, and the medevac helicopter would not be able to reach them until the storm front passed, possibly not until the following afternoon. Jolene refused to surrender to hopelessness. She had trained for situations like this, though never one quite so bizarre. Her survival instincts kicked in, and she began preparing for a long, cold night in the fishing hut. Throughout the long, bitter night, she kept a small fire burning inside the fishing hut, her senses sharp for any sign of danger. Every slight noise made her heart leap, the brittle snap of a branch outside, the whispered brush of snow against the window, the occasional groan of the hut's wooden frame settling in the cold. Her imagination painted sinister shapes just outside the fragile circle of firelight, and Isaac's mumbled warnings about the shadow did nothing to calm her nerves. The feeling of being watched was constant, gnawing at her calm. Several times she thought she glimpsed movement through the frosted windows, but when she peered outside with her flashlight, nothing was there except swirling snow and the dancing aurora overhead. As dawn's pale fingers finally crept over the horizon, a distant thrum shattered the silence. The whop-whop of helicopter blades sliced through the cold air, growing steadily louder until the bright orange rescue aircraft appeared through the morning haze. Isaac was rescued, carried into the safety of warmth and medicine, his frost-bitten hands and feet requiring immediate medical attention. As the helicopter lifted off, Jolene took a final lingering look at the village. Kotzebue stood lost and silent, a ghost of itself beneath the pale Arctic sun. The tale of the last supply run spread quickly, whispered among pilots and locals alike as a warning. Aviation authorities launched an investigation but found no rational explanation for the village's abandonment. Search teams sent to look for the missing villagers found only scattered remains in the wilderness, victims of exposure and the brutal cold. Many avoided flying into Kotzebue after dark, wary of the shadow said to haunt its streets, a malevolent force consuming land and life. The village was eventually declared uninhabitable and removed from official flight schedules. though some say lights can still be seen there on certain nights when the aurora is particularly active. Though Jolene moved on to less taxing routes in milder climates, her experience remained etched in her mind, a stark reminder that nature's wilderness holds secrets and dangers no one should underestimate. She never flew in Alaska again, and whenever anyone asked her why she had left such a lucrative position, she would simply say that some places are better left undisturbed. Some shadows do not fade with the coming dawn, and some mysteries are too dangerous to solve. The last supply run taught her that there are forces in the world that human understanding cannot fully grasp, and sometimes the wisest course of action is simply to flee and never look back. Rodriguez Rod Espinoza was never one to believe much in the strange or supernatural. Growing up in the sprawling deserts of West Texas, his life was grounded in practicality, working the oil fields by day and fixing fishing boats at night. His hands were calloused from years of hard work, his face weathered by the harsh southwestern sun, and his worldview shaped by the reliable predictability of machinery and honest labor. When an opportunity came to work in Alaska as a commercial fisherman, he jumped at the chance, eager for a fresh start and an adventure he could brag about back home in the bars of El Paso. Nome was unlike anything Rod had ever experienced. The vast white plains of frozen sea stretched endlessly in every direction, broken only by the occasional cluster of fishing huts and the jagged silhouette of distant mountains that rose like ancient sentinels against the pale sky. The midnight sun was a strange companion during the summer months, casting an ever-present glow that blurred day into night and left Rod's internal clock completely confused. But it was during the harsh winter months that he truly began to understand the mystique of this remote place. It was here that Rod learned of Nome's annual ice fishing contest, a beloved tradition that brought together the scattered fishing community during the harshest season of the year. The contest was not just about catching fish. It was a celebration of survival, endurance, and the unbreakable bonds that held the community together when the outside world seemed impossibly far away. At first, Rod was hesitant to participate. The locals eyed him as an outsider, their weathered faces skeptical of his lack of experience in the frigid Arctic waters. His Texas drawl stood out sharply against their clipped northern accents, and his techniques honed on warm water species seemed clumsy and ineffective on the frozen Bering Sea. But his determination and natural fishing skill eventually won him grudging acceptance among the tight-knit group of fishermen and women who made their living from these unforgiving waters. The tournament was a grueling test of endurance and technique. Competitors had to drill through several feet of solid ice using hand-cranked augers, the work exhausting in the extreme cold. They had to brave the constant Arctic wind that could freeze exposed skin in minutes, and they had to possess the patience to wait for elusive catches in conditions that would drive most people indoors. The fish that lived beneath the ice, cod, burbot, and Arctic char, were prized not just for their size, but for their ability to thrive in this harsh environment. The day of the contest dawned with crystal-clear skies and bitter cold that made the air itself seem to crackle with electricity. The temperature registered at 42 degrees below zero Fahrenheit, cold enough to freeze spit before it hit the ground. The air smelled of wood smoke mixed with sea salt, carried on winds that swept across hundreds of miles of frozen tundra before reaching the coast. Bundled in thick layers of caribou fur and modern insulated gear, Rod joined a crowd of fishermen and women, their faces already reddened by the cold but their eyes bright with excitement and competitive spirit. Throughout the morning, Rod marveled at the skilled hands around him. Veterans who could read the ice like a book, knowing exactly where to drill and how deep to set their lines. These were people who had learned their craft from parents and grandparents, knowledge passed down through generations of Arctic survival. Conversations drifted between friendly banter about past catches and hushed warnings about the sea's deeper secrets. Stories were shared of strange happenings beneath the ice, Whispered rumors and folklore passed down through generations like cautionary tales around a campfire. Old Henrik, a Norwegian fisherman who had been working these waters for 30 years, told Rod about the Sila, ancient Inuit spirits that were said to control the weather and the sea. "The ice has memory," Henrik said, his breath forming white clouds as he spoke. "It remembers every soul that has passed through these waters, and sometimes it calls to them." Rod chuckled quietly to himself, dismissing the tales as the superstitions of isolated people who had spent too many long winters in darkness. He was a man of reason and practical experience, and the frozen world offered no place for old wives' tales and supernatural nonsense. Yet as the contest progressed into the afternoon, a palpable shift occurred in the atmosphere around them. The ice beneath their feet started to hum softly at first, a low vibrational drone that seemed to resonate through their boots and into their bones. The sound was almost subliminal, felt more than heard, like standing too close to massive electrical transformers. Fishers paused in their work, casting nervous glances toward one another, their eyes drawn to the frozen surface with dawning unease. Rod felt the unsettling vibration too, a faint tremor that seemed to quicken and pulse beneath the vast frozen sea. It reminded him of the way the ground would shake when heavy machinery passed by the oil rigs back in Texas, but there was no machinery here, nothing but ice and water and the endless expanse of the Arctic wilderness. Suddenly, without warning, fishing lines began to jerk taut with a ferocity that sent spools flying off reels and knocked several fishermen off their feet. Rod gripped his rod with both hands, feeling an enormous weight on the other end of his line. He pulled hard, expecting to haul up the largest cod of his life. But what emerged from the black water beneath the ice defied all reason and explanation. Entwined upon his line was a grotesque creature that seemed to be composed of equal parts fish and living shadow. Its skin was mottled black and slimy, glistening unnaturally in the pale sunlight as if covered in some kind of phosphorescent slime. The thing's eyes glowed with a cold alien light that seemed to pierce straight through to Rod's soul. As the creature writhed on his hook, it emitted a guttural, mournful groan that sounded disturbingly like human speech, though in no language Rod had ever heard. Chaos erupted across the frozen fishing grounds. Lines snapped under impossible strain. Ice augers and tackle boxes were abandoned as their owners fled in terror, and men and women who had faced down polar bears and survived Arctic storms scrambled for safety like frightened children. Strange shapes began to emerge from the water beneath the ice, creatures that seemed to be part fish, part living shadow, moving beneath the frozen surface like phantoms with glowing hollow eyes that tracked the fleeing fishermen with malevolent intelligence. The temperature seemed to drop even further as whispers and cries rose from the assembled crowd. Chilling voices echoed from the depths beneath them, speaking in an eerie chorus of lament and warning that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. The words were unintelligible but filled with such profound sadness and rage that several of the fishermen began to weep uncontrollably, overwhelmed by emotions that were not their own. Rod stood rooted in place by absolute terror, his rational mind unable to process what he was witnessing. The howl of the Arctic wind was completely drowned out by the supernatural chorus of moans and whispers rising from beneath their feet. The ice itself began to groan and crack under the weight of whatever was trying to push through from below, the sound echoing their own primal fear and threatening to give way to the hungry darkness of the sea. The voices seemed to be telling stories, fragments of lives cut short, tales of drowning and freezing and being pulled down into the depths by something that should not exist. Rod could almost make out individual words in the chaos, names and pleas for help from people who had died in these waters decades or even centuries ago. Panic overtook the entire crowd, and they fled toward the safety of the distant shore, leaving behind expensive gear and a lifetime's worth of fishing dreams. Snowmobiles roared to life and raced across the ice, some carrying multiple passengers who clung desperately to avoid being left behind with whatever had awakened beneath the frozen surface. Rescue teams arrived several hours later, dispatched by concerned family members when the fishermen failed to return at the expected time. What they found was nothing but frozen silence stretching across the Bering Sea. The ice was smooth and unmarked, bearing no sign of the terror that had driven an entire community into panicked flight. The abandoned fishing equipment had already begun to freeze solid, and the holes that had been drilled through the ice showed no signs of the unnatural creatures that had emerged from them. Local authorities dismissed the incident as a case of mass hysteria brought on by extreme cold and isolation, though they could not explain why experienced Arctic fishermen would abandon thousands of dollars worth of equipment without cause. The official report mentioned possible methane emissions from the seafloor causing hallucinations, but privately the investigators admitted they had never seen anything like it. The elders of the community whispered of the ice claiming more than fish that day. It had claimed their faith in the natural order of things and their understanding of what was possible in this world. Some spoke of ancient curses awakened by too much disturbance of the sea's depths, while others believed the spirits of those lost to the ice had finally found a way to make their presence known to the living. Rod left Alaska shortly thereafter, bearing psychological scars that would never fully heal. The nightmares started almost immediately, dreams of black water filled with reaching hands and glowing eyes, of voices calling his name from beneath the ice. He sought treatment from doctors and therapists in Texas, but none could help him forget the sound of that otherworldly chorus or the sight of creatures that should not exist. The annual ice fishing contest in Nome was never held again. The community vote was unanimous. Some traditions were not worth the risk of awakening whatever slept beneath the frozen sea. The fishing grounds where the incident occurred were informally designated as off-limits, though no official warning signs were ever posted. Fishermen simply knew to avoid that particular stretch of ice, passing the knowledge along to newcomers as part of their informal education in Arctic survival. In the years that followed, other strange incidents were reported from the same general area. Pilots flying overhead claimed to see lights moving beneath the ice, and ships passing through the region during the brief summer months reported unusual sonar readings and equipment malfunctions. But these incidents were always isolated and quickly forgotten, dismissed as natural phenomena or equipment failure. Rod never returned to commercial fishing, instead finding work in construction back in Texas, where the ground stayed solid beneath his feet, and the only things lurking in the darkness were familiar and earthly. But sometimes, on particularly cold nights, he swears he can still hear those voices calling from beneath the ice, reminding him that some mysteries are too dangerous to investigate and some traditions too deadly to continue. The ice fishing contest that was supposed to bring the community together had instead revealed something that drove them apart, forcing them to confront the reality that their understanding of the world was incomplete and that some forces were beyond human comprehension or control. And deep beneath the frozen waves of the Bering Sea, the shadows continue to wait patiently for their next chance to surface, forever hungry and forever calling to those who dare venture too far onto the ice. Marcus Delacroix never expected to find himself in the middle of nowhere, Alaska, when he graduated with his communications engineering degree from Louisiana State University. But desperate times called for desperate measures, and the remote communications facility job in Bethel paid 3 times what he could make back home in Baton Rouge. The contract was for 18 months, maintaining the radio tower infrastructure that kept this isolated town of 4,000 connected to the outside world. What the job posting had not mentioned was that most of that work would be done alone during the endless Alaskan winter nights. The Bethel Communications Center sat 5 miles outside town, a squat concrete building surrounded by a forest of towering radio antennas that stretched up into the dark sky like metal fingers grasping at the aurora borealis. Marcus had been on the job for 3 weeks, learning the systems from his predecessor, a grizzled technician named Pete, who seemed eager to leave Alaska behind. Pete had been unusually quiet during the training period, showing Marcus the equipment with mechanical precision but offering little conversation beyond the technical requirements. On Marcus's final day of training, Pete finally opened up as they shared a thermos of coffee in the control room. The walls were lined with banks of radio equipment, their LED displays casting an eerie green glow in the dim lighting. Outside, the wind howled across the tundra, rattling the building's metal siding with a sound like distant applause. "Listen, Marcus," Pete had said, his weathered face serious in the electronic glow. "You are going to hear things up here that do not make sense." Radio waves bounce strange in this part of Alaska. Atmospheric conditions, northern lights, all sorts of scientific explanations for what might come through those speakers. He gestured toward the communication arrays. "But there are some transmissions you just need to ignore. Turn the volume down, log them as interference, and move on with your shift." Marcus had laughed it off at the time, assuming Pete was just trying to spook the new guy. But as the Louisiana native settled into his routine over the following weeks, he began to understand what Pete meant. The radio equipment picked up all manner of strange signals bouncing around the Alaskan atmosphere. Sometimes it was Russian military chatter from across the Bering Sea. Other times it caught fragments of conversations from aircraft flying overhead or ship-to-shore communications from vessels in the Bering Strait. Most nights, Marcus worked alone in the communications center from 10 p.m. until 6 a.m., monitoring the equipment and performing routine maintenance on the transmitters that kept Bethel connected to the outside world. The isolation never bothered him much. He had always been comfortable with his own company, and the job paid well enough that he could tolerate the loneliness for 18 months. He brought books to read during the quiet hours and had installed a small television in the break room to help pass the time. It was during his 6th week on the job that Marcus first heard the voice that would change everything. He was performing a routine check on the emergency communication frequencies when a woman's voice crackled through the static, clear as day, despite the poor signal quality. "This is Jennifer Walsh calling for help. My coordinates are 61.4 degrees north, 161.8 degrees west. I have been stranded here for 2 days. My snowmobile broke down and I need immediate assistance. Please respond if anyone can hear this transmission." Marcus immediately grabbed his logbook and started transcribing the message. Emergency calls were rare but not unheard of in the Alaskan bush, and it was his responsibility to relay any distress signals to the appropriate rescue services. He tried to respond on the same frequency, but the transmission seemed to be one way only. The woman repeated her message twice more before the signal faded back into static. Marcus spent the next 20 minutes trying to re-establish contact with the stranded woman while simultaneously calling the Alaska State Troopers to report the emergency. The coordinates she had provided placed her somewhere in the remote wilderness southwest of Bethel, an area known for its dangerous terrain and unpredictable weather conditions. The trooper on duty took down all the information and promised to dispatch a search team at first light. 3 days later, Marcus learned from the local newspaper that no rescue operation had found anyone at those coordinates. The search team had discovered the wreckage of a snowmobile, but it had been there for years, partially buried under snow and vegetation. More disturbing was the discovery they made while investigating the area more thoroughly. The remains they found nearby were identified as Jennifer Walsh, a wildlife researcher who had gone missing in that exact location 7 years earlier. Marcus tried to rationalize the experience. Radio waves could travel vast distances under the right atmospheric conditions. Perhaps he had somehow picked up an old transmission that had been bouncing around the ionosphere for years before finally reaching his equipment. It was a stretch scientifically, but stranger things had happened in the world of radio communications. But the rational explanations became harder to maintain as the weeks passed, and similar incidents occurred with increasing frequency. 2 weeks after the Jennifer Walsh transmission, Marcus heard another distress call during his night shift. This time, it was a man's voice, rough and desperate, identifying himself as Robert Cunningham. He claimed to be lost in a blizzard near the same general coordinates, begging for someone to send help before his supplies ran out. Marcus followed the same protocol, documenting the transmission and contacting the authorities. The next day, he learned that Robert Cunningham had been a geologist who disappeared in that area 5 years earlier. His body had been recovered months after his disappearance, along with evidence that he had indeed been caught in a severe blizzard and died of exposure. As winter deepened and the nights grew longer, the phantom transmissions became a regular occurrence. Marcus began to dread the overnight shifts, knowing that at some point during the dark hours, his equipment would pick up another desperate voice from the past. The calls always came from the same general area, always from people who had died years or even decades earlier in the remote wilderness southwest of Bethel. The most disturbing transmission came on a particularly cold February night when the temperature had dropped to 40 degrees below zero, and the aurora borealis painted the sky in ghostly green ribbons. Marcus was reading in the break room when the emergency frequency crackled to life with a transmission that made his blood freeze. "This is Marcus Delacroix calling for help. I am stranded at coordinates 61.4 degrees north, 161.8 degrees west. My vehicle has broken down and I am injured. Please send help immediately. I repeat, this is Marcus Delacroix requesting immediate assistance." The voice was unmistakably his own, though distorted by static and distance. Marcus listened in horror as his own voice repeated the distress call twice more before fading back into the white noise of the radio equipment. His hands shaking, he checked the transmission logs and confirmed that the signal had indeed come from the same coordinates where all the other phantom calls originated. Marcus spent the rest of that shift sitting in stunned silence, staring at the radio equipment and trying to process what he had heard. There was no rational explanation for receiving a distress call in his own voice from coordinates he had never visited. The implications were too terrifying to fully contemplate, but one possibility kept forcing its way into his thoughts. Were the transmissions predictions rather than echoes from the past? Was the radio equipment somehow picking up signals from people who were destined to die in that cursed patch of wilderness? The thought filled him with a dread so profound that he could barely function for the remainder of his shift. The next morning, Marcus drove straight to the airport and purchased the first available ticket back to Louisiana. He never returned to collect his belongings from the apartment in Bethel, and he never completed his 18-month contract with the communications company. The job was eventually filled by another technician from the lower 48, a young man from Ohio who lasted exactly 6 weeks before he too abandoned his post and fled Alaska without explanation. Marcus now works for a television station in New Orleans, safely surrounded by the familiar sounds and sights of his home state. But sometimes, late at night when atmospheric conditions are just right, he swears he can still hear those phantom voices calling for help from the Alaskan wilderness. And he has never forgotten the sound of his own voice, desperate and afraid, calling out from coordinates he prays he will never visit. The communications center in Bethel has changed hands several times since Marcus left, but it continues to operate with a high turnover rate among overnight technicians. The local authorities no longer respond to emergency transmissions from the coordinates southwest of town, having learned that any rescue attempts in that area inevitably end in tragedy. The wilderness there remains empty and silent except for the phantom voices that continue to broadcast their eternal pleas for help into the cold Alaskan night. Destiny Washington had always been drawn to adventure, but nothing in her comfortable life in Washington, D.C. had prepared her for the brutal realities of seasonal work in Alaska. The 24-year-old political science graduate had signed up for a summer job at the Pacific Salmon Processing Facility in Ketchikan. lured by the promise of good wages and the chance to experience the last frontier firsthand. What she discovered during the long Alaskan nights would haunt her for the rest of her life. The cannery sat on the edge of Tongass Narrows like a massive metal beast, its corrugated steel walls streaked with rust and salt spray. Built in the 1940s, the facility had processed millions of pounds of salmon over the decades, employing seasonal workers from all over the world who came north for the intense but lucrative fishing season. Destiny arrived in May when the daylight stretched nearly 20 hours and the air still carried the crisp bite of winter. Her supervisor, a gruff Alaskan native named Charlie Tutok, assigned her to the night shift on the processing line. The work was exhausting, standing for 12 hours straight, gutting and cleaning fish in the refrigerated facility while industrial machinery roared around them. But the pay was excellent, and Destiny found a certain meditative rhythm in the repetitive work, her hands moving automatically while her mind wandered. For the first month, everything seemed normal. The cannery operated around the clock during peak season, with 3 shifts of workers keeping the production line moving. Destiny worked alongside other seasonal employees, college students from the lower 48, immigrant workers sending money back to their families, and local Alaskans supplementing their incomes. The night shift was smaller and quieter, with only essential personnel maintaining operations while the fishing boats were out at sea. It was during her second month that Destiny began to notice the anomalies. She was working alone in the secondary processing area, a section of the cannery where fish were sorted and prepared for canning, when she heard the familiar sound of machinery starting up in the primary processing room next door. This was unusual since the primary line only operated when fresh fish were being brought in from the boats, and no deliveries were scheduled until morning. Curious, Destiny left her station and peered through the small window that connected the 2 areas. What she saw made her blood run cold. The massive processing conveyor was running at full speed, and salmon were moving down the line in perfect formation. But the facility had received no fresh deliveries in over 6 hours. The fish looked wrong somehow, their scales dull and lifeless, their eyes clouded with an oily film that caught the harsh fluorescent lighting in strange ways. She tried the door to the primary processing area, but it was locked from the inside. When she radioed her supervisor, Charlie told her that the primary line had been shut down hours ago and that no one else was in that section of the building. But Destiny could see the machinery running, could hear the rhythmic thump of fish dropping into processing bins, could smell the strong odor of salmon flooding through the ventilation system. The next night it happened again, and the night after that. Always during the quiet hours between midnight and dawn, when Destiny was alone in her section of the cannery, the primary processing line would mysteriously come to life. She began keeping a detailed log of the incidents, noting the exact times, the sounds she heard, and the smells that accompanied the phantom operations. What disturbed her most was the fish themselves. During her daytime explorations of the facility, when she should have been sleeping in her cramped dormitory room, Destiny discovered that the processing bins in the primary area were always full of salmon after these mysterious night runs. But when she examined the fish more closely, she realized they were not from the current season's catch. The species were wrong, varieties that had not been seen in Alaska waters for decades. The flesh was discolored and had a waxy texture that felt nothing like fresh fish. When she brought her concerns to Charlie, he dismissed them with an uncomfortable laugh. "Old buildings make strange noises," he said, avoiding her eyes. "Equipment runs on timers sometimes. You are just not used to the sounds yet." But Destiny noticed that he never volunteered to work the night shift himself, and when she pressed for more information about the cannery's history, he became evasive and changed the subject. It was Martha Kayahat, an elderly Tlingit woman who worked in the administration office, who finally told Destiny the truth. Martha had grown up in Ketchikan and remembered when the cannery was built, displacing a traditional fishing camp that had operated on the same site for hundreds of years. My grandmother used to tell stories about that place, Martha said quietly, glancing around the empty break room to make sure they would not be overheard. Before the whites came, our people caught salmon there every summer for generations. The spirits of the fish were honored, thanked for their sacrifice. Traditional protocols were followed to ensure the salmon would return each year. She paused to sip her coffee, her weathered hands trembling slightly. When they built this place, they ignored all of that, tore down the sacred sites, poured concrete over the ceremonial areas, started processing fish like they were just commodities instead of living beings with spirits. My grandmother said the salmon spirits would not be ignored forever, that someday they would find a way to continue their ancient migration with or without our permission. Destiny felt a chill that had nothing to do with the refrigerated air. You think the fish I am seeing are spirits? Martha nodded solemnly. The old salmon runs that used to come through here before overfishing and climate change disrupted everything. They are still following the ancient pathways, still trying to complete their life cycle. The cannery was built on top of their spiritual highway, but that does not mean they stopped using it. That night, Destiny decided to investigate more thoroughly. She positioned herself where she could observe the primary processing area directly and waited. At exactly 2:17 a.m., the machinery roared to life. But this time, instead of just watching through the window, Destiny used her security key card to unlock the connecting door. The sight that greeted her defied all rational explanation. The conveyor belt was indeed running, covered with salmon that moved with their own internal motion despite being obviously dead for decades. Their scales had the translucent quality of old bone, and their eyes glowed with a faint phosphorescent light. The smell was overwhelming, not the clean scent of fresh fish, but the musty, organic odor of something that had been underwater for far too long. As Destiny watched in horrified fascination, the ghost salmon moved through the processing equipment with mechanical precision. Cutting blades descended in rows, sorting mechanisms activated, and canning machines sealed products that should not have existed. But when she looked more closely at the operation, she realized that nothing was actually being cut or processed. The machinery went through all the motions, but the fish remained whole and untouched, as if the entire process was a kind of spiritual theater, an endless reenactment of their transformation from living creatures to commercial products. The most terrifying moment came when one of the ghost salmon on the conveyor belt turned its ancient head and looked directly at her. Its mouth opened and closed silently as if trying to speak, and Destiny heard something that might have been words carried on the recycled air of the facility. She could not make out the specific sounds, but the meaning was unmistakable. A mixture of sadness, anger, and an inexplicable longing for something that had been lost. Destiny backed slowly toward the door, her heart pounding so hard she could hear it over the roar of the machinery. As she reached for the handle, all the equipment suddenly stopped at once, plunging the facility into silence. The conveyor belt was empty, the processing bins were clean, and the overwhelming smell of ancient fish disappeared as if it had never existed. She quit her job the next morning, packing her belongings and booking the first flight back to Washington, D.C. Before she left, Martha Keahat sought her out and pressed a small carved pendant into her hand. A traditional salmon design carved from whale bone. For protection, the elderly woman said, in case they followed you home. For months after returning to D.C., Destiny was plagued by nightmares about glowing fish eyes and the sound of processing machinery running in empty buildings. She changed careers, abandoning her plans for graduate school in political science and instead pursuing a degree in indigenous studies, focusing on the intersection of traditional ecological knowledge and modern industrial practices. She never returned to Alaska, but she often wondered about the Pacific Salmon Processing Facility and whether the ghost salmon still ran their eternal processing line during the quiet hours of the night. In her research, she discovered that similar phenomena had been reported at industrial sites built on traditional hunting and fishing grounds throughout the Arctic, places where the old agreements between humans and the natural world had been forgotten or ignored. The carved salmon pendant that Martha had given her sat on Destiny's desk as she worked, a constant reminder that the boundaries between the living and the dead, between the past and the present, were far more permeable than most people realized. And sometimes, late at night, when she was working alone in her apartment, she would swear she could hear the distant sound of processing machinery and smell the unmistakable scent of ancient fish carrying messages from a world that modern society had tried very hard to forget. The spirits of the salmon continued their eternal migration, processing through facilities that existed in both the physical and spiritual realms, following pathways that had been established long before humans arrived on the continent and would continue long after the last cannery had rusted away. They were patient, persistent, and utterly indifferent to human schedules and industrial efficiency. They had work to do, ancient protocols to follow, and no amount of concrete or steel could stop them from completing their journey. Destiny Washington had learned that some jobs came with responsibilities that extended far beyond the terms of employment, and that some workplaces operated according to rules that were much older and more complex than anything covered in an employee handbook. The cannery continued to process its phantom catch every night, and somewhere in the endless cycle of spiritual fish moving through ghostly machinery, the old agreements were still being honored by beings that remembered when respect for the natural world was not just a philosophical concept, but a matter of survival. Kimiko Nakamura Williams had always believed that the world was deeper, stranger, and more mysterious than most gave it credit for. As a 29-year-old award-winning photographer from Portland, Oregon, she specialized in extreme landscape shots, preferring storms, mountains, volcanic fields, and the wildest, loneliest places she could find. But none of her adventures in the lower 48 compared to what Alaska had begun to mean to her. The land was Earth's memory, the sky a living canvas, and beneath it lived legends and darkness that no camera could fully capture. It was the third time she had come to Utqiagvik, the northernmost settlement in the United States, chasing the fabled auroras. This winter, storms had battered the coast for weeks, keeping most residents huddled indoors. Kimiko was restless. Her partner, Samuel, texted regular warnings from Anchorage. "Stay in the hotel, play it safe, the polar night is dangerous, you know the stories." But she had grown impatient, and after a particularly fierce blizzard finally cleared, Kimiko packed her camera bag, extra batteries, her tripod, thermal layers, 2 flasks of tea, and set out alone into the barren darkness of the North Slope's untamed tundra. To Kimiko, night in Alaska was not the simple closing of a curtain, but a transformation of reality. She trudged through powdery snowbanks, the ice crunching beneath her boots, her breath rising in shining clouds that danced in the pale glow of her headlamp. Out over the flat horizon, ribbons of green and violet shimmered through the thin clouds, her first sign in days that the auroras were returning. All she wanted, she told herself, was one perfect shot. The northern lights twisting above a skeletal driftwood fence, the twin bluffs in the background, a faint glow on the horizon, some hint of the wild, cold stars above. She set up her tripod, checked her exposure, and waited, heart beating time with the silent pulse of the Arctic air. Around her, the silence was profound, a living, sentient thing. Hours passed in stillness. The auroras strengthened, swirling curtains climbing higher and burning more brightly. Kimiko clicked frame after frame, awed by the ever-shifting choreography overhead. But something was different tonight. The lights rippled in strange new ways, converging into arches so defined they looked almost unnatural, segmented like a stained glass window shattered across the sky. She zoomed in on her long lens, seeking detail. And behind the aurora, through it, she saw shadows, a flicker of movement that didn't belong. Long, spindly forms, deeper than black. Not the shadows of clouds or mountain, but figures tall as telephone poles with arms outstretched as though trying to tear through the veil of light. She blinked, wiped her lens for frost. For a moment she convinced herself it was an illusion, tricks of the eye, perhaps pareidolia, the brain's desperate attempt to force pattern on cosmic chaos. But it happened again. Then again. Each photo, the outlines clear as ice crystal, the shadows moving as the aurora shifted, drifting closer to the foreground. Desperate to stay rational, Kimiko adjusted settings and extended her exposure. Her camera's screen flickered in the biting dark. She clicked, counted, clicked again. In the 10th frame, one of the shadows had come nearer to the camera than before. Now sharply defined, its face a hollow emptiness, arms angled as if reaching forward. A deep surge of terror crawled up her spine. They weren't tricks of technology. She felt it, a pressure like static electricity, as though the air itself turned sentient, humming quietly with menace. At that very moment, another subtler sensation began, a ringing in her ears, growing louder until it seemed to vibrate in her skull. Kimiko's vision pulsed at the edges. She tried to pack up, but her hands moved clumsily, her sense of balance off. The lights overhead quickened, dancing in frenetic spirals, illuminating not only the land but what now stood openly upon it. All around her, in the spaces where the aurora was brightest, the shadows stood, dozens, maybe hundreds, tall and gaunt, their forms semi-transparent but distinctly apart from the night. They pressed at the borders of the real, leaning in, the ground beneath them shimmering like disturbed puddles. Kimiko staggered backwards, falling to one knee. For a brief, nightmarish instant, the air itself seemed to split with an inaudible scream. Then, impossibly, the shadows began to move in her direction, sliding across the snow without disturbing a flake. In her mind, she heard a cacophony, dozens of distant, wordless voices full of longing and despair, each voice shaped like a memory she could not recall. She grabbed her camera, abandoning her tripod and nearly crawling back toward her snowmobile. Every few yards, she fought the urge to glance behind her, to see whether the silent figures had gained on her. But terror propelled her forward. When Kimiko reached her snowmobile, it would not start. The electronics flickered weakly, then died, as if the batteries had been drained by something pouring out of the sky. For long minutes, her only company was the crackling static of her nerves and the swirling luminance overhead. In desperation, she pulled out her emergency radio and attempted to call for help, but only a high, ghostly wail came through, mingled with what sounded like distant voices uttering unspeakable syllables. Sobbing, Kimiko huddled beside her pack, scanning her photos while her numbed fingers struggled to function. In every frame, the shadows had come closer, until one frame showed a face just outside her headlamp's glow, its features an agonizing ambiguity, perhaps pleading, perhaps hungry, perhaps both. For hours she sat there, listening to the auroras hum like the world's saddest violin, waiting for the dawn that would never come. In the Arctic winter, the sun rose only for a handful of moments each day and would not return in earnest for weeks. She drifted in and out of shivering sleep, haunted by visions of impossibly long arms reaching for her, by eyes she could never quite see. Eventually, morning brought a search party, a group of Utqiagvik locals who had seen her hastily abandon tripod and followed her snowmobile's tracks by headlamp and intuition. They found Kimiko shivering, eyes wild, clutching her camera like a lifeline. They bundled her onto their sled and sped her back to town, where elders muttered blessings against the spirits that stalked the dark tundra. When Kimiko processed her images weeks later in the safety of her hotel, the digital anomalies were still visible, forms that should not be, faces that could not exist, each more defined at the places where the auroras raged brightest. She learned from the elders that the Inupiat have long believed the northern lights are more than just light. They are the spirits of the dead, or portals to other realms, or the veils of ancient ones who sometimes try to return when the sky opens wide. The villagers told her she had been lucky, or perhaps unlucky, to have come so close. When the sky dances most wildly, an old Inupiaq woman told her, never answer if you hear your name whispered, or the ones in the lights will find a way to pull you through. Kimiko left Utqiagvik with her art portfolio forever changed and her certainty forever shaken. For the rest of her life, she would avoid photographing auroras, unable to shake the feeling that something in the sky had seen her too, and might one day come looking for her when the darkness returned. Thomas Tom Begay had learned about respect from his grandmother long before he ever set foot in Alaska. Growing up on the Navajo Nation in Arizona, he was taught that the land held memories, that certain places demanded acknowledgement, and that ignoring the warnings of elders could bring consequences that lasted generations. When he moved north to pursue his dream of running the Iditarod, he carried those lessons with him, though he never expected to need them in quite the same way. Tom had always been drawn to sled dogs. There was something about their fierce loyalty, their incredible endurance, and their ability to navigate the most treacherous terrain that spoke to him on a fundamental level. After years of training in the lower 48, he finally saved enough money to purchase a team of experienced racing dogs from a musher outside of Fairbanks. The seller, an old Norwegian man named Eric, warned him about certain sections of the trail, but Tom assumed he was talking about natural hazards. Thin ice, sudden weather changes, areas prone to whiteout conditions. It was only later, after he had been living in Alaska for several months and had gotten to know some of the local Inupiaq elders, that he began to understand the deeper meaning behind Eric's warnings. The old Inupiat woman who ran the general store in town, Mary Kunguk, took a liking to Tom, perhaps recognizing a kindred spirit in someone who understood the importance of traditional knowledge. Over cups of tea during the long winter evenings, she began to share stories that her own grandmother had told her. Stories about places where the spirits of the dead still walked, where ancient things slept beneath the snow, and where even the bravest hunters feared to tread. There are sections of the old trails, Mary told him one evening, her weathered hands wrapped around a steaming mug, where the Tornit once lived. The giant people, the ones who came before us, they were not evil, but they were not human either, and when they left warnings behind. The dogs know. They can smell the old anger, the old sadness. A wise musher listens to his dogs. Tom nodded politely, filing the information away as folklore. Interesting, but not immediately practical. He was focused on training, on building the stamina and teamwork necessary for the 1,000-mile race that would test everything he had learned about survival in the Arctic wilderness. His first real encounter with the supernatural came in late February, during what was supposed to be a routine training run along a section of the Iditarod Trail that wound through dense spruce forest about 50 miles northeast of his base camp. The weather was perfect for mushing, cold but not brutally so, with just enough wind to keep the dogs alert but not enough to create dangerous conditions. His team was running beautifully, moving in perfect synchronization across the packed snow, their breathing steady and their pace sustainable for the long haul. The lead dogs were Nanook and Koda, two experienced Siberian Huskies who had run the Iditarod 3 times with their previous owner. They were intelligent, reliable, and had never given Tom any reason to doubt their judgment, which was why he was so surprised when they suddenly began to slow down, their ears flattening against their heads as they approached what looked like a perfectly ordinary section of trail winding between tall evergreens. At first, Tom assumed they had caught the scent of wildlife, moose perhaps, or a bear den. He called out encouragement, urging them forward, but instead of responding to his voice, both dogs came to a complete stop and began to whimper. The rest of the team bunched up behind them, and within moments, all 12 dogs were showing signs of extreme agitation. Tom set his snow hook and walked up to examine the trail ahead. To his eyes, there was nothing unusual, just the familiar ribbon of packed snow disappearing into the shadows between the trees. The forest was quiet except for the occasional creak of branches in the wind, and the air carried only the clean, sharp scent of snow and pine. But as he stood there trying to understand what had spooked his dogs, he began to feel it too, a subtle wrongness that made his skin crawl and sent his grandmother's warnings echoing through his memory. The temperature seemed to drop suddenly, though his thermometer showed no change. The wind died completely, leaving a silence so profound that his own heartbeat sounded thunderous in his ears. And then, from somewhere ahead in the forest, came a sound that made every nerve in his body scream in alarm. A low, rhythmic drumming that seemed to come from the earth itself. Tom's dogs began to howl in unison, a mournful sound that spoke of fear deeper than any natural instinct. Nanook was pulling against his harness, trying desperately to turn the team around, while Koda had dropped to his belly in the snow, trembling with terror. The other dogs were backing up, tangling their lines in their desperate attempt to retreat from whatever lay ahead. As the drumming grew louder, Tom began to hear other sounds layered beneath it, voices singing in a language he did not recognize, the scrape of bone against stone, and something that sounded disturbingly like massive footsteps moving through the forest. The air itself seemed to thicken, becoming harder to breathe, and the shadows between the trees began to move in ways that defied the pale light filtering through the canopy. Tom had heard enough stories from his grandmother about respecting the warnings of the spirits to know when he was in over his head. Without hesitation, he pulled up the snow hook and helped turn his terrified team around. The dogs needed no encouragement to run in the opposite direction. They took off at a pace that would have been dangerous under normal circumstances, racing back along the trail as if their lives depended on it. It was only when they had put several miles between themselves and that cursed section of forest that the dogs began to calm down. Tom stopped the team and checked each animal carefully, looking for signs of injury or distress, but aside from elevated heart rates and nervous panting, they seemed physically unharmed. What disturbed him more was the way they kept looking back along the trail, their ears pricked forward as if listening for sounds of pursuit. That evening, Tom drove into town and sought out Mary Kanguk. He found her at the community center where she was teaching traditional beadwork to a group of local children. When she saw his expression, she dismissed the class early and invited him to walk with her along the frozen shoreline of the lake. "You went to the forbidden place," she said before he had even begun to describe his experience. "I can see it in your eyes. The dogs warned you and you listened. That is good. That shows wisdom." Tom described what he had experienced, and Mary nodded gravely as he spoke. When he finished, she was quiet for a long moment, her breath forming white clouds in the frigid air. "That place has been forbidden for longer than anyone can remember," she finally said. "My grandmother's grandmother told stories of what happened there, back when the world was different. There was a village once, a prosperous place where people lived in harmony with the land and the spirits. But they grew proud, began to take more than they needed, began to ignore the old agreements with the Tornet and the other ancient people." She paused to pull her parka tighter against the wind. "The spirits tried to warn them just as your dogs warned you. But they would not listen. They said the old ways were foolish superstition, that they were strong enough to take whatever they wanted from the land without consequence. So the spirits withdrew their protection, and the Tornet came in the night, not to destroy, but to teach. They drummed the people into the earth, into the trees, into the stones themselves. The village disappeared, but the spirits remained, still drumming, still trying to teach the lesson that pride and disrespect bring only sorrow." Tom felt a chill that had nothing to do with the Arctic wind. "What happened to the people?" "They became part of the warning," Mary said sadly. Their voices joined the ancient song, adding their own sorrow to the chorus. "That is why the dogs fear that place. They can hear the voices of all who ignored the Spirit's wisdom, and they know that some paths lead only to becoming lost forever. In the weeks that followed, Tom redesigned his training routes to avoid that section of the trail entirely. He also began to pay closer attention to his dog's instincts, learning to read the subtle signs that indicated when they sensed something beyond normal human perception. He discovered that there were several other areas along the traditional trails where his team would show similar signs of unease, though none as dramatic as that first encounter. When race day finally arrived, Tom's team performed beautifully, finishing in the middle of the pack. A respectable showing for a first-time Iditarod Musher. But what he remembered most about the race was not his finishing time or the physical challenges he had overcome. It was the moment, about 2/3 of the way through the race, when the trail took him near the forbidden section of forest. Even from miles away, his dogs began to show signs of nervousness. Nanook kept glancing toward the dark line of trees on the horizon, his ears swiveling as if picking up sounds that Tom could not hear. The entire team picked up their pace without any command from him, as if eager to put as much distance as possible between themselves and whatever slept in those shadows. Tom never ran the Iditarod again. He continued to train and race dogs on shorter courses, but something about that experience in the forbidden forest had changed his relationship with the wilderness. He had glimpsed something vast and ancient and utterly indifferent to human ambition, something that existed according to laws much older than the ones that governed his familiar world. He moved back to Arizona after a few years, where he started a program teaching traditional tracking and outdoor survival skills to young people on the reservation. He always began his classes the same way, with a story about the importance of listening to the warnings of elders, both human and animal. He never mentioned the specific details of what he had encountered in Alaska, but he made sure his students understood that the natural world contained forces that demanded respect, and that ignoring those forces came with consequences that could last for generations. The dogs had saved him by refusing to enter that place where ancient spirits still drummed their warnings into the frozen earth. Tom never forgot that lesson, and he made sure that everyone he taught understood it as well. Some places were meant to be avoided, some paths were not meant to be taken, and the wisdom to know the difference was often the thin line between survival and becoming another voice in the eternal chorus of the lost. The Tornets still walked in those dark woods, still drummed their ancient warnings into the night. And somewhere in the forest, the spirits of those who had ignored their wisdom continued to sing their mournful song, adding their voices to the eternal reminder that pride and disrespect for the old ways would always carry a terrible price. Tom Begay had learned to listen to his dogs, and in doing so had learned to listen to the land itself. It was a lesson he carried with him for the rest of his life. A reminder that true wisdom lay not in conquering the wilderness, but in understanding his place within it and respecting the boundaries that had been set by powers far greater than himself. Caleb O'Sullivan had always been driven by a deep sense of purpose. Growing up in South Boston in an Irish-American family that valued education above almost everything else, he had watched his parents work multiple jobs to put his older siblings through college. When it was his turn, Caleb chose education as his major, determined to make a difference in the lives of children who might not otherwise have access to quality schooling. After graduating from Boston College with his teaching degree, he applied for positions in remote areas where teachers were desperately needed. The offer from Nukumgak, a village of fewer than 200 people situated deep in the Alaskan bush, seemed like exactly the opportunity he had been looking for. The village was so remote that it could only be reached by small aircraft, and the previous teacher had left abruptly in the middle of the academic year without explanation. The school superintendent in Bethel had been honest about the challenges: extreme isolation, harsh weather conditions, and cultural barriers that could make teaching difficult for outsiders. But the salary was competitive, and the chance to make a real impact was undeniable. Caleb arrived in Nukumgak on a cold September morning when the tundra was already showing the first signs of winter's approach. The village consisted of a few dozen small houses clustered around a community center, a general store that also served as the post office, and the school, a modest two-room building that served children from kindergarten through 8th grade. The high school students were sent to boarding schools in larger towns, a practice that had created some tension in the community over the years. The school building itself was newer than most of the other structures in the village, built in the late 1990s with federal funding. It had modern heating, electricity powered by diesel generators, and internet access that worked when weather conditions permitted. Caleb's living quarters were attached to the school in a small apartment that had been designed for visiting teachers. It was sparse but comfortable, with a kitchenette, a sleeping area, and a small office where he could prepare lessons. His students ranged in age from 5 to 14, with a total enrollment of 18 children from 12 families. Most were Yupik, with a few mixed heritage students whose families had moved to the village from other parts of Alaska. Caleb had studied basic Yupik language and cultural practices during his preparation for the position. But he quickly realized that textbook knowledge was very different from the lived reality of teaching in a community where traditional ways of life were still very much alive. For the first few weeks, everything went smoothly. The children were initially shy around their new teacher, but Caleb's enthusiasm and genuine respect for their culture gradually won them over. He incorporated local knowledge into his lessons, asking elders to visit the classroom to share traditional stories and teaching methods. The parents seemed pleased with his approach, and he began to feel that he was truly making a difference. It was in early October that Caleb first noticed something unusual about his students' artwork. During a free drawing period, he observed that several of the children were creating remarkably similar images. Intricate patterns of spirals and geometric shapes that seemed far too sophisticated for their age levels. When he asked about the drawings, the children would look at each other nervously and mumble that they had learned the patterns from the other teacher. This confused Caleb, since he was the only teacher in the village, and the previous teacher had left months before any of these particular patterns had appeared in their work. When he asked for clarification, 10-year-old Mary Tulamak told him matter-of-factly that the night teacher shows us things when you go to sleep. Intrigued rather than alarmed, Caleb assumed the children were talking about some kind of cultural education that happened outside of school hours. Many indigenous communities had traditional teaching methods that operated parallel to formal education, and he respected the importance of those practices. He made a mental note to speak with some of the village elders about coordinating his curriculum with whatever traditional instruction the children were receiving. But as the weeks passed, the situation became more puzzling. The children began displaying knowledge of subjects that were far beyond their grade levels. Complex mathematical concepts, detailed understanding of astronomical phenomena, and most disturbing of all, the ability to write in what appeared to be a form of ancient script that none of the village elders could identify. The breakthrough came during a parent-teacher conference in late October. Caleb was meeting with Robert and Susan Akaran, the parents of 8-year-old Tommy, when he mentioned the boy's remarkable progress in mathematics. Tommy had begun solving algebraic equations that should have been incomprehensible to a third grader, and when Caleb asked him where he had learned these techniques, Tommy had given the same answer as the other children. The night teacher showed me. Robert and Susan exchanged worried glances. "There is no night teacher," Susan said quietly. "We thought Tommy was learning these things from you during regular school hours." That evening, Caleb decided to investigate. He waited in his apartment until he was certain the village was asleep, then quietly made his way into the main classroom. The school was dark and silent, heated only enough to prevent the pipes from freezing. He settled into a chair in the back of the room and waited, telling himself that he would probably see nothing more than shadows cast by the security lighting. At exactly 2:17 a.m., the classroom began to change. The temperature dropped noticeably and a faint phosphorescent glow began emanating from the walls themselves. The desks and chairs rearranged themselves silently into a perfect circle, and symbols began appearing on the blackboard, the same intricate patterns that had been showing up in his students' artwork. Then they began to arrive, not through the doors or windows, but simply materializing in the classroom as if stepping through invisible doorways. They appeared to be children at first glance, but their proportions were subtly wrong. Too tall for their apparent age, with elongated limbs and faces that seemed both ancient and ageless. Their clothing was traditional Yupik style, but appeared to be made from materials that caught and reflected light in impossible ways. The phantom students took their places in the circle of desks and began to study the symbols on the blackboard. Their learning methods were unlike anything Caleb had ever witnessed. They absorbed information directly without the need for repetition or explanation. Complex mathematical formulas, astronomical charts, and linguistic patterns flowed from the blackboard into their consciousness with perfect efficiency. Most disturbing of all was the realization that these spectral children were teaching his students. Real children began to appear in the classroom, not physically, but as translucent projections of themselves, still asleep in their beds but somehow present in this otherworldly classroom. Tommy Akaran was there, along with Mary Tulimak and most of Caleb's other students. They sat in the circle with the phantom children, learning the same impossible lessons with the same supernatural efficiency. Caleb watched in fascination and growing horror as the night school conducted its session. The subjects being taught were far beyond elementary level. Advanced mathematics, quantum physics, ancient history of civilizations that had never existed according to any textbook, and languages that predated human settlement of Alaska. The phantom teacher, who appeared to be an adult version of the same ethereal beings, communicated without speaking, transferring knowledge directly into the minds of both the spectral students and Caleb's real children. The session lasted for exactly 1 hour. At 3:17 a.m., the symbols faded from the blackboard. The desks returned to their normal positions, and both the phantom students and the projections of his real children dissolved back into darkness. Caleb sat alone in the empty classroom, shaking with cold and the implications of what he had witnessed. The next morning, he tried to act normally, but his students seemed to sense that something had changed. They watched him with knowing eyes, as if aware that he had discovered their secret education. Their schoolwork continued to display the same impossible advancement, but now Caleb understood the source of their knowledge. Over the following weeks, he tried to research the phenomenon, reaching out to colleagues, anthropologists, and experts in indigenous spirituality. Most dismissed his account as stress-induced hallucinations or cultural misunderstanding. A few suggested that he might be witnessing some form of ancestral teaching spirit, but none could offer concrete explanations for what was happening in his classroom. The children themselves were reluctant to discuss the night school, responding to his questions with nervous silence or vague statements about learning from the old ones. The village elders were equally evasive, though Caleb sensed that they knew more than they were willing to share with an outsider. The situation came to a head in November, when Caleb realized that the night school was changing his students in ways that went beyond advanced academics. They were becoming detached from normal childhood activities, more interested in abstract concepts than games or social interaction. Their artwork became increasingly alien, depicting landscapes and structures that existed nowhere on Earth. Most troubling of all, they had begun speaking in unison during regular class time, finishing each other's sentences with perfect synchronization as if they shared a collective consciousness. When Caleb tried to address this behavior, the children looked at him with expressions of pity rather than confusion. "You cannot understand yet," Mary Tulimak told him with the grave seriousness of someone much older than 10. "You are still learning the old way." The night teacher says some people take longer to receive the true knowledge. That night, Caleb decided to confront whatever was teaching his students. He entered the classroom before the 2:17 a.m. transformation and positioned himself directly in the center where the circle of desks would form. When the phantom children began to materialize, he stood his ground and spoke directly to their teacher. "Who are you?" he demanded. "What are you teaching them?" The spectral educator turned its attention to him for the first time, and Caleb felt its consciousness brush against his mind like cold fingers exploring the surface of his thoughts. When it spoke, the words formed inside his head rather than reaching his ears. "We are the ones who came before," the entity communicated. "We are the teachers of the deep knowledge, the wisdom that your people have forgotten. These children are chosen to carry the old learning into the new time. You may join them if you wish to understand." Caleb felt an overwhelming temptation to accept the offer. The knowledge being transmitted was incredibly seductive. Answers to questions that had puzzled humanity for millennia, understanding of natural laws that could revolutionize human civilization. But something in the children's increasingly vacant expressions during daytime hours warned him that this education came with a price that might be too high to pay. "What will happen to them?" he asked. "They will become bridges between the worlds," the entity replied. "They will carry our wisdom to your people when your people are ready to receive it. But first, they must be fully prepared." Caleb understood that fully prepared meant something far more profound than advanced education. The night school was transforming his students into something other than human, gradually replacing their individual consciousnesses with collective knowledge that served purposes he could not comprehend. The next morning, he submitted his resignation to the school district and arranged for emergency transportation out of Nukumgak. He left behind most of his belongings and all of his carefully prepared lesson plans. His official reason was a family emergency, but privately he knew he was fleeing something that threatened his sanity and possibly his soul. The replacement teacher lasted 3 weeks before also requesting emergency transfer. The school district eventually closed the Nukumgak facility, citing declining enrollment and budget constraints. The children were sent to boarding schools in Bethel, where their extraordinary academic abilities were noted but attributed to exceptional individual talent rather than supernatural intervention. Caleb returned to teaching in Massachusetts, but he never forgot the night school or the children whose minds had been opened to knowledge that was not meant for human understanding. Sometimes, late at night when he was grading papers or preparing lessons, he would remember the seductive offer of the phantom teacher and wonder what truths he had walked away from. He kept track of his former students through various channels over the years. Many went on to distinguished careers in science and academia, making discoveries and theoretical breakthroughs that advanced human knowledge in significant ways. But those who knew them personally often commented on their detached, otherworldly demeanor and their tendency to speak as if they were accessing information from sources beyond normal human experience. The night school continued to operate in Nukumgak, even without a formal educational facility. Local pilots reported seeing lights in the abandoned school building during winter nights, and occasionally hunters would encounter children in the wilderness who spoke in languages that had never been cataloged by linguists. The village elders maintained their silence, understanding that some forms of education were too dangerous for outsiders to comprehend. Caleb O'Sullivan had learned that teaching was not always about imparting knowledge to students. Sometimes it was about protecting them from knowledge that could fundamentally alter what it meant to be human. The line between education and transformation was thinner than most people realized, and crossing it meant entering a realm where the familiar boundaries of reality no longer applied. Dr. Priya Chatterjee Moore had always been fascinated by the extremes of human experience. As a climate researcher from the University of Michigan, she specialized in studying the psychological and physiological effects of extreme environments on isolated communities. When the National Science Foundation offered her a summer research grant to study the impact of the midnight sun on sleep patterns in remote Alaskan villages, she jumped at the opportunity. What she discovered during those endless bright days would challenge everything she thought she knew about the boundaries between the conscious and unconscious mind. The research station was located near Anaktuvuk Pass, a small Inupiaq village in the heart of the Brooks Range where the sun did not set for nearly 3 months during summer. The facility had been established in the 1980s to support various scientific studies of Arctic conditions, and it offered the perfect base for Dr. Chatterjee Moore's investigation into circadian rhythm disruption in extreme latitudes. Her research methodology was straightforward. Monitor the sleep patterns, dream activity, and psychological well-being of volunteers from the local community during the peak weeks of the midnight sun phenomenon. She had brought sophisticated EEG monitoring equipment, sleep study apparatus, and psychological assessment tools that would allow her to document the effects of continuous daylight on human consciousness. The village elder, Robert Aguk, had given permission for the study after lengthy discussions about its potential benefits to the community. Many residents had experienced sleep difficulties during the midnight sun period, and Dr. Chatterjee Moore's research promised to offer insights that might help future generations cope with the unique challenges of Arctic life. For the first 2 weeks, everything proceeded according to plan. Dr. Chatterjee Moore established her monitoring protocols, recruited a dozen volunteers ranging in age from teenagers to elders, and began collecting baseline data on their sleep patterns. The results were initially predictable. Most participants showed significant disruption to their normal circadian rhythms with fragmented sleep, increased REM activity, and reports of unusually vivid dreams. But as the study progressed into its 3rd week, when the sun remained perpetually overhead in the pale blue sky, something unprecedented began to emerge from the data. Dr. Chatterjee Moore noticed that her research subjects were not just experiencing disrupted individual sleep patterns. They were beginning to share dream content in ways that should have been impossible according to everything she understood about consciousness and neuroscience. The first indication came during her daily interviews with the participants. Sarah Kunalak, a 28-year-old teacher, described a recurring dream about walking through a vast ice cave filled with glowing symbols carved into the walls. When Dr. Chatterjee Moore interviewed 16-year-old Tommy Aguk later that same day, he described almost identical dream imagery, down to specific details about the arrangement of symbols and the quality of light within the cave. Initially, Dr. Chatterjee Moore assumed this was simply coincidence or perhaps the result of shared cultural imagery. Many indigenous communities had common mythological and spiritual symbols that might naturally appear in dreams. But as she continued collecting data, the shared dream experiences became too frequent and too specific to dismiss as cultural overlap. By the 4th week of the study, all 12 participants were reporting variations of the same core dream narrative. They described finding themselves in a vast underground chamber where dozens of people sat in perfect stillness, their eyes closed but their minds somehow active and aware. In the dreams, the participants could communicate without speaking, sharing thoughts and emotions with perfect clarity. Most disturbing of all, they began to recognize the other dreamers as their fellow research subjects, people they were meeting in some kind of shared unconscious space. Dr. Chatterjee Moore's EEG monitoring confirmed that something extraordinary was happening. During the hours when participants reported shared dreaming experiences, their brainwave patterns showed remarkable synchronization. The alpha and theta waves that typically indicated deep sleep states were occurring simultaneously across multiple subjects, even when they were sleeping in different locations throughout the village. The breakthrough came when Dr. Chatterjee Moore decided to monitor her own sleep patterns using the same equipment. As someone who had grown up in Michigan and had never experienced the midnight sun phenomenon, she expected to show different patterns from the local residents. Instead, she found herself drawn into the same shared dream space that her research subjects had been describing. The experience was unlike anything she had ever encountered in her scientific career. In the dream, she found herself standing in the vast underground chamber, surrounded by the sleeping figures of her research participants and dozens of other people she did not recognize. The space felt more real than reality itself, filled with a kind of crystalline clarity that made normal waking consciousness seem foggy and incomplete by comparison. In the center of the chamber stood a figure that seemed to be composed of pure light. Not the harsh brightness of the midnight sun, but a soft golden radiance that conveyed warmth and ancient wisdom. When the entity spoke, its words formed directly in Dr. Chatterjee Moore's mind rather than reaching her through her ears. "You have come to study the effects of endless light on the human mind," the entity communicated. "But you have discovered something far more significant. When the barriers between day and night dissolve, other boundaries become permeable as well. The midnight sun opens doorways that remain closed during the normal cycle of light and darkness." Dr. Chatterjee Moore found herself able to respond through pure thought. "What kind of doorways? What is this place?" "This is the collective unconscious made manifest," the entity replied. "A space where individual minds can meet and share experiences across the boundaries of physical existence. Your people call it dreaming, but it is more than that. It is a return to the original state of human consciousness, before you learn to separate yourselves from each other and from the deeper rhythms of the natural world." As the entity spoke, Dr. Chatterjee Moore became aware that she could perceive the thoughts and emotions of everyone else in the chamber. She felt the deep connection between the Inupiaq participants and their ancestral land, the way their consciousness was intimately linked to the cycles of Arctic life. She experienced the dreams of people she had never met, hunters and shamans and storytellers from previous generations who seemed to exist in this space outside of normal time. Most remarkably, she began to understand that the midnight sun was not just an astronomical phenomenon, but a doorway into a different kind of awareness. The constant daylight dissolved the normal boundaries between conscious and unconscious states, allowing minds to merge and share experiences in ways that were impossible under normal circumstances. When Dr. Chatterjee Moore woke from the shared dream, she found that her research data had been fundamentally transformed. The EEG readings showed that during the shared dreaming periods, her participants' brain activity had synchronized not just with each other, but with natural electromagnetic patterns in the Earth's magnetic field. The midnight sun was somehow facilitating a form of consciousness that connected human awareness directly to planetary rhythms. Over the final weeks of her study, Dr. Chatterjee Moore documented increasingly sophisticated forms of shared dreaming. Participants began to report prophetic dreams that accurately predicted weather patterns, wildlife movements, and other natural phenomena. They described receiving knowledge from deceased relatives and ancestors, information that later proved to be historically accurate when checked against tribal records. Most significantly, the participants began to demonstrate enhanced empathy and emotional connection in their waking lives. Conflicts that had existed in the community for years were resolved as people gained direct insight into each other's thoughts and feelings through their shared dream experiences. Children began showing advanced understanding of traditional ecological knowledge that typically took years to acquire through conventional learning. When the midnight sun period finally ended and normal day-night cycles returned, the shared dreaming experiences gradually faded. Dr. Chatterjee Moore's participants retained memories of their collective unconscious adventures, but they could no longer access that state of merged awareness. The EEG synchronization disappeared, and individual dream patterns returned to normal variations. Dr. Chatterjee Moore returned to Michigan with data that challenged fundamental assumptions about consciousness, individual identity, and the relationship between human awareness and natural cycles. When she attempted to publish her findings in mainstream scientific journals, her work was rejected as unscientific and impossible to replicate under controlled laboratory conditions. But she continued her research, focusing on indigenous communities in extreme environments where normal boundaries of human experience were stretched to their limits. She discovered similar phenomena in other polar regions, high-altitude locations, and places where natural light cycles were dramatically different from temperate zone norms. The midnight sun had taught her that human consciousness was far more flexible and interconnected than Western science had assumed. In environments where normal barriers dissolved, minds could merge and share experiences in ways that pointed toward a more fundamental unity underlying individual awareness. Dr. Chatterjee Moore never forgot the feeling of perfect connection she had experienced in the shared dream space beneath the endless Arctic sun. It had shown her that the boundaries between self and other, between past and present, between human consciousness and natural rhythms, were far more permeable than most people realized. The midnight sun continued to rise over Anaktuvuk Pass every summer, offering the same opportunity for expanded awareness to anyone willing to surrender their normal assumptions about the nature of consciousness and individual identity. Some doorways, she had learned, only opened when the familiar patterns of light and darkness were replaced by the eternal radiance of the Arctic summer.
Hello everyone, welcome back to Buried Files. Tonight we bring you 7 deeply disturbing true police horror stories that will make you question what law enforcement officers really encounter when they respond to calls in the dead of night. These are not fictional tales, but real incidents documented in police reports, witness testimonies, and official records that never made it into mainstream news. Each story has been meticulously compiled from verified sources, including department archives, court documents, and first-hand accounts from officers who lived through experiences that shattered their understanding of reality. Police work exposes individuals to the darkest corners of human existence. But some cases transcend explanation, leaving even seasoned detectives grasping for answers that logic cannot provide. If you enjoy authentic horror content that bridges the gap between true crime and the unexplained, subscribe to Buried Files and hit the notification bell, so you never miss our investigations into cases that blur the line between criminal activity and the supernatural. After you listen to these harrowing accounts, we want to hear from you in the comments below about whether you believe some incidents defy rational explanation, or if there is always a logical answer waiting to be discovered. Now settle in as we examine 7 cases that pushed law enforcement officers to their absolute breaking point and left permanent scars on those who dared to investigate the darkness. Officer Carter had been working the graveyard shift for 3 years, and in that time, he had responded to hundreds of domestic disturbance calls. Most of them followed the same predictable pattern. Neighbors would report shouting or the sound of breaking glass. He would arrive at the scene, separate the arguing parties, take statements, and either make an arrest or leave after tensions cooled. It was routine work that rarely surprised him anymore. But the call that came through dispatch at 2:47 a.m. on a freezing February morning would shatter every assumption Carter had about what was possible in his line of work. The address was 4738 Millbrook Road, an isolated farmhouse about 20 minutes outside of town. The dispatcher relayed that a woman had called 911, reporting that someone was trying to break into her home. She said her husband was away on business and that she was alone with her 2 children. The call had been frantic, the woman's voice high and trembling. Then the line went dead. Dispatch tried calling back multiple times, but no one answered. Carter confirmed he was en route and pushed his patrol car faster along the dark country roads. When he arrived at the property, everything looked wrong from the start. The long gravel driveway led to a 2-story white farmhouse surrounded by empty fields. Every single light in the house was blazing bright, illuminating the barren yard and casting long shadows across the frost-covered grass. The front door stood wide open despite the sub-freezing temperature. A family sedan sat in the driveway, its hood cold to the touch. Carter approached slowly, his hand resting on his service weapon as he called out to announce his presence. No one answered. He stepped through the open doorway into the living room and immediately felt the warmth of the heating system running at full blast. The television was on, playing a late-night infomercial with the volume turned low. Children's toys were scattered across the carpet in the middle of what appeared to be an interrupted playtime. A pink stuffed rabbit lay face down near the couch. Building blocks formed a half-finished tower. A child's drawing sat on the coffee table, the crayons still scattered beside it, as though the young artist had been called away suddenly. Carter called out again, identifying himself as police. The house remained silent, except for the low hum of the television and the forced air heating. He moved through the living room into the kitchen and found a scene that made his skin crawl. The kitchen table was set for dinner with 4 place settings. 3 plates still held food, a casserole of some kind with green beans and dinner rolls on the side. The food was still warm, steam rising faintly from one of the plates. Glasses of milk sat beside each plate, barely touched. A 4th chair had been knocked over backward and lay on the floor. The phone hung off the wall mount, the handset dangling by its cord and swaying slightly. Carter picked up the receiver and heard only a dial tone. This was the phone the 911 call had come from. Carter's training told him to clear the house room by room, to ensure there was no immediate threat before investigating further. He moved through the first floor, checking the bathroom, a small office, and a laundry room. All empty. All showing signs of recent occupation, but no people. In the office, a computer was still running, its screen displaying a paused video game. In the laundry room, the washing machine had completed its cycle, the wet clothes sitting inside, waiting to be transferred to the dryer. Upstairs, he found 3 bedrooms. The master bedroom had an unmade bed and clothes laid out on the comforter as though someone had been deciding what to wear. The 2 smaller bedrooms clearly belonged to children, a boy and a girl based on the decorations. Both rooms were neat, beds made, everything in order. Carter returned downstairs and stood in the kitchen, trying to make sense of what he was seeing. A family had been here less than an hour ago. They had been eating dinner. The children had been playing. Then something had happened that caused them to leave so suddenly they did not even turn off the lights or close the front door. But their car was still here. The temperatures outside were well below freezing. Where could they have gone on foot? And why? That was when Carter noticed the basement door. It was located off the kitchen, partially hidden behind a pantry cabinet. The door was slightly ajar, just a few inches, enough to reveal darkness beyond. Carter had not checked the basement yet. He approached the door slowly and pulled it fully open. A wooden staircase descended into blackness. The light switch was on the wall at the top of the stairs. But when Carter flipped it, nothing happened. The basement lights were out, either switched off from below or the bulbs were dead. He retrieved his flashlight from his duty belt and shone it down the stairs. The beam cut through the darkness, revealing concrete steps leading down to a cement floor. Carter descended slowly, testing each step before putting his full weight on it. The wooden stairs creaked under his boots. The air grew colder as he went down, noticeably colder than the heated house above. His flashlight beam swept across the basement as he reached the bottom step. It was a large, unfinished space with concrete walls and exposed wooden beams across the ceiling. Storage boxes were stacked along one wall. An old furnace stood in the corner, connected to ductwork that branched across the ceiling. A washer and dryer sat against another wall, older models that appeared to be backups for the newer set upstairs. Everything looked normal for a farmhouse basement. Then Carter heard it. a faint scraping sound, like something being dragged across concrete. It came from the far corner of the basement, beyond the reach of his flashlight. He called out, identifying himself again as police, ordering anyone present to show themselves. The scraping stopped. Silence filled the basement, thick and oppressive. Carter moved forward, sweeping his light across the space. The beam landed on the far corner and he saw it. A section of the concrete wall had been removed, not broken or damaged, but carefully taken apart brick by brick. Behind the wall was a dark opening, a tunnel that led deeper into the earth beneath the house. The tunnel was roughly 4 feet high and 3 feet wide, clearly hand-dug through dirt and clay. Wooden supports had been installed along the sides and top, preventing collapse. The scraping sound came from somewhere inside that tunnel. Carter felt every instinct in his body screaming at him to call for backup, to get out of this basement and wait for other officers to arrive. But the 911 call had mentioned children. If there was any chance those kids were down here, he could not wait. He crouched down and entered the tunnel, his flashlight held in one hand and his other hand on his weapon. The tunnel extended about 15 feet before opening into a larger chamber. Carter emerged into a dugout room approximately 10 feet by 10 feet with the same wooden supports holding back the earthen walls. The ceiling was just tall enough for him to stand if he hunched slightly. What he saw in that chamber would stay with him every single day for the rest of his life. The room had been furnished like a living space. There was a cot with blankets. A small battery-powered lantern sat on an overturned crate that served as a table. Empty food containers were stacked in one corner. But what drew Carter's attention was the wall opposite the entrance. It was covered in photographs, hundreds of them, tacked to the wooden support beams. They were surveillance photos of the family who lived in the house above. Photos of the mother taking out trash, photos of the children playing in the yard, photos taken through windows showing the family eating dinner, watching television, sleeping in their beds. Some of the photos were dated, going back over 2 years. In the center of the photograph wall was a large hand-drawn map of the house's interior, every room labeled with notes about the family's daily routines. What time they woke up, when the children went to school, when the mother was home alone, the father's business trip schedule. Everything about their lives had been documented with obsessive detail. Beside the map were lists written in cramped handwriting, titled with dates. Each list described what the family had done that day, what they had eaten, what they had worn, conversations that had been overheard. Carter realized with horror that someone had been living under this house for years, watching this family, documenting every aspect of their lives. The tunnel had been dug from somewhere else, probably an access point far from the house, and had been expanded over a long period of time. Whoever had created this had been patient, methodical, and completely undetected until tonight. But where was that person now? And where was the family? He heard the scraping sound again, closer this time, coming from behind him. Carter spun around, and his flashlight beam caught movement in the tunnel entrance. A figure was crawling through, moving toward him. In the confined space and poor lighting, Carter could not make out details, only a human shape blocking his only exit. He drew his weapon and shouted commands to stop and show hands. The figure kept coming, faster now, scrambling forward on hands and knees. Carter made a split-second decision. He could not fire in this confined space without knowing who he was shooting at. It could be one of the family members. He moved to the side as much as the cramped chamber allowed and aimed his flashlight directly at the approaching figure. The beam illuminated a man's face, wild-eyed and dirt-covered, mouth open in a silent grimace. The man lunged forward, and Carter had no choice. He fired twice. The sound was deafening in the underground chamber, his ears ringing as the figure collapsed in the tunnel entrance. Carter immediately called for backup on his radio, surprised that he still had reception this far underground. He kept his weapon trained on the figure while he waited, watching for any movement. The man was clearly dead. Carter's shots had been accurate at close range. Within minutes, that felt like hours, he heard voices above in the basement, other officers arriving on scene. They called down to him, and he shouted back his location. Soon, the small chamber was filled with officers, crime scene investigators, and emergency personnel. The investigation that followed revealed the full scope of the horror. The man Carter had shot was identified as a drifter with a history of stalking and breaking and entering charges in 3 other states. He had apparently selected the farmhouse because of its isolated location and had spent nearly 3 years creating the tunnel system and underground room. The tunnel entrance was located nearly 200 yards from the house, hidden in a drainage culvert on the property. He had been entering the house regularly when the family was away, stealing small items, moving things around, accessing their computer and phone records. But what had happened on the night of the 911 call remained a mystery that haunted Carter more than anything else he had discovered. The family was never found. Not in the tunnels, not on the property, not anywhere in the surrounding area despite extensive searches involving dozens of officers and volunteer searchers. Their car was still in the driveway. Their phones and wallets were still in the house. No bodies were ever recovered. It was as if they had simply vanished from their kitchen table in the middle of dinner. The prevailing theory was that the stalker had somehow taken them, perhaps having help from an accomplice who had not been identified. But there was no evidence of additional people involved. No footprints besides those of the family and the stalker. No tire tracks from another vehicle. The mother's 911 call had reported someone trying to break in, but there was no sign of forced entry anywhere in the house. The front door had been opened from inside, not broken. Whatever had happened in those final minutes before Carter arrived remained unexplained. Carter stayed on the force for 2 more years after that night, but the incident changed him fundamentally. He had nightmares about the underground room, about the photographs covering the wall, about the stalker's face in his flashlight beam. But worse than any of that was the knowledge that he had been too late. If he had arrived 10 minutes earlier, 5 minutes earlier, he might have saved that family. 3 people had vanished, 2 of them children, and despite his best efforts, he had failed to protect them. He thought about them constantly. He visited the farmhouse multiple times during the investigation, walking through rooms that still held that family's possessions, frozen in time from the night they disappeared. He attended press conferences where the mother's relatives pleaded for information. He searched databases for any sign that the missing family members had been found, hoping for closure that never came. The case remained open, technically, but with no new leads and no evidence of what had actually happened. It grew cold. Eventually, Carter requested a transfer to a desk position, unable to continue patrol work without thinking about that night every time he responded to a call. He completed his required years for pension and retired early, moving to another state where he could try to build a life that was not overshadowed by the memory of what he had found beneath that farmhouse. But he never truly escaped it. The case file still sat in an evidence room somewhere, gathering dust alongside hundreds of other unsolved mysteries. And somewhere, the truth about what happened to that family remained hidden, known only to whatever force had taken them from their home on that frozen February night. Detective Thompson had worked the night shift for 8 years, and he thought he had seen every type of domestic violence case that existed. He had responded to apartments where couples screamed at each other over money. He had arrested men who put their hands on their partners in drunken rage. He had comforted children who cowered in closets while their parents destroyed the home around them. It was the worst part of the job. But Thompson had developed a thick skin and a methodical approach to handling these situations. De-escalate, separate, document, arrest if necessary. The system was not perfect, but it usually worked to stop the immediate violence and give victims a chance to escape dangerous situations. What Thompson did not expect was to respond to a call where the violence had nothing to do with the relationship between the people involved and everything to do with something neither of them could control. The call came in at 11:43 p.m. on a Wednesday night. A frantic woman reported hearing screaming from the apartment next to hers, apartment 4B, in a low-income housing complex on the east side of town. The woman said she had heard a man and woman arguing loudly for about 10 minutes. Then the argument had turned to screaming. Then she heard sounds of a struggle and something breaking. She had called 911 immediately. Thompson and his partner, Officer Rodriguez, were only a few blocks away when the call came through. They arrived at the complex within 4 minutes. The apartment building was a 3-story structure that had seen better days. Peeling paint, cracked concrete steps, dim lighting in the hallways. Thompson and Rodriguez entered through the main door and climbed the stairs to the second floor. As they approached apartment 4B, they could see a small crowd had gathered in the hallway. 3 neighbors stood outside their own apartments, drawn by the commotion. An older woman in a bathrobe was pounding on the door of 4B with her fist, shouting for whoever was inside to open up. This was the woman who had made the 911 call. Thompson asked her to step back and approach the door himself. He knocked firmly and identified himself as police, ordering anyone inside to open the door. For a moment there was silence. Then he heard it. A low moaning sound, distinctly male, coming from inside the apartment. It was a sound of pain, desperate and weakening. Thompson knocked again, louder this time, repeating his commands. No response except for that terrible moaning. He looked at Rodriguez, and they both understood what had to happen. Someone inside was injured and needed immediate help. They had grounds to make entry. Rodriguez retrieved the battering ram from their patrol car, while Thompson continued to announce their presence. The neighbors watched with wide eyes as the 2 officers positioned themselves at the door. On the count of 3, Rodriguez swung the ram, and the door burst inward, the frame splintering around the lock. Thompson entered first, his hand on his weapon but not drawn, scanning the apartment for threats. What he saw in the small living room made him freeze for a split second before his training kicked in. A man lay on the floor in the center of the room, on his back, not moving. Blood pooled around his head, spreading across the worn carpet. Standing over him was a woman, maybe 30 years old, wearing jeans and a white t-shirt now splattered with red. Her hands were at her sides, shaking violently. Her eyes were fixed on the man on the floor, wide with shock. Between the woman and the door where Thompson stood was an overturned coffee table and the shattered remains of what had been a lamp. The scene told a clear story of a physical altercation that had turned deadly. Thompson immediately called for emergency medical services, while Rodriguez moved to secure the woman, gently taking her by the arm and guiding her away from the body. The woman did not resist. She moved mechanically, as though in a trance, allowing herself to be led to the far corner of the room. Thompson knelt beside the man and checked for a pulse. It was there, weak and irregular, but present. The man was still alive. The head wound was severe, blood still flowing from a gash above his right temple. Thompson applied pressure with his hand while waiting for the paramedics, knowing that every second counted. Rodriguez asked the woman what had happened. At first, she did not respond, just stared at the injured man with that same shocked expression. Rodriguez repeated the question more firmly. The woman finally spoke, her voice barely above a whisper. She said the man's name was Marcus. They did not know each other. He had knocked on her door 20 minutes ago, asking to use her phone because his car had broken down outside. She had let him in, They had been standing in the kitchen while he made his call. Then something had happened. Something had come over him. His whole body had gone rigid, his eyes had rolled back, and he had started speaking in a voice that was not his own. Thompson glanced up from the injured man, confused by this statement. Rodriguez asked her to clarify what she meant. The woman said that Marcus had turned toward her with his eyes still rolled back, showing only whites, and had started saying things in a deep, rasping voice. He said that she needed to die, that she was chosen, that it would be quick. Then he had lunged at her, hands reaching for her throat. She had run into the living room trying to get to the door. He had caught her and they had struggled. She had grabbed the lamp from the table and swung it at him, hitting him in the head. He had fallen and hit his head again on the corner of the coffee table as he went down. That was the last thing she remembered before the police arrived. Thompson and Rodriguez exchanged looks. The woman's story sounded like an obvious attempt to justify what had been a violent confrontation, claiming that the man had attacked her unprovoked and that she acted in self-defense. But there were problems with that narrative. First, if Marcus had truly attacked her with intent to kill, there should be marks on her throat or other signs of assault. Thompson could see from across the room that the woman's neck was unmarked. Second, neighbors had reported hearing an argument before the violence escalated. If Marcus had suddenly been possessed or had a seizure as the woman claimed, there would not have been time for an extended argument. Something about her story did not add up. The paramedics arrived and took over treatment of Marcus. They loaded him onto a stretcher and rushed him out of the apartment, heading for the nearest trauma center. Thompson knew the head injury was serious enough that Marcus might not survive. And if he died, this scene would become a homicide investigation. He needed to secure evidence and get a clear statement from the woman before anything was disturbed further. He informed her that she was being detained for questioning and read her rights. She nodded numbly, still in that same shocked state. Rodriguez began photographing the scene while Thompson interviewed the neighbors who had gathered. The older woman who had called 911 said she had heard the man and woman arguing loudly about money. The man had been accusing the woman of stealing from him. The woman had denied it and told him to leave. The argument had escalated from there, getting louder and more aggressive, until there were sounds of furniture breaking and then silence followed by that awful moaning. Another neighbor corroborated this timeline, saying the argument had lasted at least 10 minutes before turning physical. This directly contradicted the woman's claim that Marcus had attacked her suddenly without warning. Thompson returned to the woman and confronted her with these witness statements. For a long moment, she said nothing. Then tears began streaming down her face, and she changed her story. She admitted that she and Marcus did know each other. They had been involved in a drug transaction earlier that day. Marcus claimed she had shorted him on the payment. He had shown up at her apartment demanding the rest of the money. She did not have it. The argument had turned violent when he grabbed her and shoved her against the wall. She had fought back, grabbing the lamp and hitting him harder than she intended. Everything after that was true. He had fallen and hit his head on the table. She had panicked and made up the story about him attacking her unprovoked because she was afraid of being arrested for assault. This new version of events made more sense given the witness statements. But Thompson still felt something was off about the whole situation. He asked the woman to sit on the couch while Rodriguez continued documenting the scene. As Thompson walked around the apartment looking for anything that might provide additional context, he noticed something strange. On the kitchen counter was Marcus's phone, still unlocked and showing his recent calls. Thompson picked it up and scrolled through. The last call Marcus had made was to someone listed as Mom in his contacts. The call had lasted less than a minute and had been placed at 11:29 p.m., about 14 minutes before the 911 call. Thompson played the voicemail that Marcus's mother had left, calling him back. Her message was frantic. She said she had just received a strange call from Marcus, where he had not sounded like himself. His voice had been different, deeper, and he had said disturbing things that made no sense. She begged him to call her back and tell her he was okay. Thompson felt a chill run down his spine. He checked the timestamp on the voicemail. It had been left at 11:31 p.m., 2 minutes after Marcus had called his mother and at least 10 minutes before the violent confrontation, according to witness statements. But the woman had said Marcus made a phone call after arriving at her apartment, which would have been around 11:25 p.m. based on her timeline. If Marcus had called his mother at 11:29 p.m., and his mother immediately noticed something was wrong with his voice, that meant something had changed in Marcus during those few minutes he was in the apartment, before the argument even started. Thompson looked at the woman on the couch. She was crying softly, her hands clasped together. He asked her if she had noticed anything unusual about Marcus's behavior or voice before the argument began. She looked up at him with red eyes and nodded slowly. She said that yes, now that he mentioned it. Marcus had seemed strange. When he first arrived, he'd been angry but coherent, arguing about the money in his normal voice. But after he made the phone call to his mother, something had changed. His expression had gone blank for a moment. Then, when he started arguing again, his voice had sounded different, deeper and harsher. She had thought he was just getting more angry, but looking back, it had been an unsettling change. That was when he had become physical, shoving her with more violence than seemed necessary for an argument about a few $100s. Rodriguez called Thompson over to the coffee table. He had been examining the shattered lamp and had found something embedded in the base. It was a small folded piece of paper, yellowed with age, that had apparently been hidden inside the hollow base of the lamp. Rodriguez carefully unfolded it. The paper contained a handwritten note in faded ink. The writing was in a language neither officer recognized, symbols and characters that looked vaguely like Latin, but were not quite right. At the bottom of the note was a drawing of a symbol, a circle with intersecting lines and strange markings around the perimeter. Thompson photographed the note and refolded it, placing it in an evidence bag. Over the next few hours, the investigation proceeded by standard protocol. The woman was arrested and charged with assault. Her apartment was processed as a crime scene. Statements were taken from all witnesses. Thompson received word from the hospital that Marcus had died from his injuries at 2:17 a.m., which upgraded the charge to involuntary manslaughter. Everything followed normal procedures. But Thompson could not shake the feeling that there was more to this case than a simple drug dispute that turned violent. He spent his off hours over the next few days researching the symbols on the note found in the lamp base. He consulted with professors at the local university who specialized in ancient languages and occult history. One professor identified the symbols as being related to medieval rituals intended to trap or bind malevolent entities. The professor explained that certain objects were believed to contain or restrain dark forces, and that breaking such an object could potentially release whatever had been bound. It was all folklore and superstition, of course, but the professor found it academically interesting that someone had gone to the trouble of creating such a note and hiding it inside a lamp. Thompson thought about Marcus's mother's voicemail, about the change in his voice. He thought about the woman's description of Marcus's eyes rolling back and his personality shifting. He thought about the timing of everything, how the violence had escalated so suddenly after Marcus made that phone call. And he thought about the lamp, shattered on the floor, and the ancient note that had been hidden inside it for who knows how long. The rational explanation was that Marcus had been high on drugs, that his behavior had been erratic because of substances in his system. The toxicology report would confirm or deny that theory. When the toxicology results came back 3 weeks later, they showed that Marcus had no drugs or alcohol in his system at the time of his death. He had been completely sober. The medical examiner noted this was unusual given the circumstances and the criminal history of both parties involved. But sometimes people made violent decisions without chemical influence. The case was closed with the woman pleading guilty to involuntary manslaughter. She received a sentence of 6 years with possibility of parole after 3. Justice was served, according to the system. But Thompson never forgot the details that did not quite fit. He kept a copy of the photograph of that strange note in his personal files. Sometimes late at night during his shifts, he would take it out and look at those symbols, wondering what they really meant. He wondered if there were forces in the world that could not be explained by police work and criminal psychology. He wondered if Marcus had truly been possessed by something malevolent in those final minutes of his life, something that had been released when that lamp shattered. And he wondered how many other cases in his career had rational explanations that only covered up deeper mysteries that humanity was not meant to understand. Years later, Thompson would retire from the force with commendations and a spotless record. But he never told anyone about his doubts regarding the Marcus case. It was easier to accept the official narrative, to file it away as just another tragic incident of violence between people involved in criminal activity. Some questions, Thompson learned, were better left unanswered. Some mysteries were meant to remain in the dark where they belonged. Officer Harris had been with the department for 6 years, working patrol and occasional detective support assignments. When his supervisor approached him about a special project, Harris welcomed the change of pace from his usual duties. The Cold Case Division needed help organizing their evidence storage room, a cluttered basement space that had accumulated decades' worth of files, boxes, and physical evidence from unsolved crimes. The room had fallen into disarray after budget cuts eliminated the clerk position responsible for maintaining the cataloging system. Harris was told the project would take several weeks, working during his shift downtime. It seemed like tedious but straightforward work. He had no idea that he was about to discover something that would expose a dark truth about the department itself. The evidence room was exactly as chaotic as promised. Metal shelves lined the walls from floor to ceiling, packed with cardboard boxes of varying sizes. Each box was supposed to be labeled with a case number, date, and brief description of contents. But many boxes had faded labels or no labels at all. Some shelves held items that had simply been piled there with no organization whatsoever. Harris's job was to go through everything systematically, verify that each item matched the database records, and reorganize the room according to proper protocols. It was going to be a long project. But Harris appreciated the quiet solitude compared to the chaos of patrol work. He started in one corner and worked his way methodically along each shelf. Most boxes contained exactly what their labels indicated: evidence from burglaries, assault cases, drug arrests. He would open each box, photograph the contents, verify against the database entry, update the record if needed, and move on. It was monotonous work, but necessary. The department had recently lost a case because the defense attorney successfully argued that evidence had been mishandled due to poor documentation. The DA wanted to avoid any similar problems in future cases, especially cold cases that might still be prosecuted if new leads developed. Harris was 3 days into the project when he found the unlabeled box. It was tucked in the back corner of a bottom shelf, hidden behind several properly labeled boxes from the late 1990s. The cardboard was old and slightly deteriorated, held together with packing tape that had yellowed with age. There was no case number, no date, no marking of any kind. Harris pulled it out carefully and set it on his work table. When he opened it, his first thought was that someone had mistakenly stored personal items in the evidence room. The box contained what looked like souvenirs or keepsakes. There were Polaroid photographs, a spiral-bound journal, and several small objects, including jewelry and a child's hair ribbon. Harris picked up the photographs and began looking through them. His confusion quickly turned to unease. The Polaroids showed women in various settings. Some appeared to be candid shots taken without the subject's knowledge. Others showed women who appeared unconscious or restrained. The images were disturbing enough that Harris immediately recognized them as potential evidence in serious crimes. He set the photos aside and opened the journal. The entries were dated, spanning from 1985 to 1998. Each entry described surveillance activities, following women, learning their routines, planning opportunities for approach. The handwriting was neat and methodical, describing stalking behavior with clinical detachment. Harris felt his stomach turn as he read entry after entry, detailing predatory behavior targeting vulnerable women. Some entries ended with notes like "successful contact made" or "subject acquired." Harris realized with growing horror that he was reading the documentation of a serial predator's activities spanning over a decade. He immediately stopped reading and reached for his phone to call his supervisor. This evidence needed to be reviewed by detectives right away. But then he saw something that made him freeze with his phone in his hand. At the bottom of each Polaroid photograph was a signature, not printed or stamped, but hand-signed in blue ink. The signature read, D. Morrison. Harris knew that name. Officer David Morrison had been with the department for 30 years before retiring in 2003. He had died of a heart attack in 2011. Harris had never met him personally, but Morrison's photograph hung in the hallway outside the detective bureau alongside other officers who had received commendations during their careers. Morrison had been well respected, even honored for his work on several high-profile cases in the 1990s. Why would his signature be on evidence photographs from what appeared to be stalking and assault cases? Harris set down his phone and picked up the journal again, this time looking more carefully at the entries. He cross-referenced the dates and descriptions with his phone, searching online for missing persons cases from those years. What he found made his blood run cold. 3 of the women described in detail in the journal matched descriptions of women who had gone missing from the area during the 1980s and 1990s. The cases had never been solved. The women had simply vanished, leaving no trace. Police at the time had investigated, but found no leads. The cases had gone cold and eventually been filed away, presumably stored somewhere in this very evidence room. Harris spent the next hour cross-referencing more entries from the journal with historical case files. He found 5 additional women whose disappearances matched the journal's descriptions in terms of dates, locations, and physical descriptions. 8 women total. 8 unsolved missing persons cases spanning 13 years. And this box, containing documentation of their stalking and presumed abductions, had been hidden in the evidence room with no case number, no official record, signed by an officer who had worked those original investigations. The implications were staggering. Either Officer Morrison had collected this evidence during legitimate investigations and failed to properly document it, or Morrison himself had been the predator, and this box was his personal collection of trophies. Harris tried to think of innocent explanations. Maybe Morrison had been conducting an unauthorized investigation into a suspect and kept the evidence separate for some reason. Maybe the box had been misfiled and the signature was simply Morrison's way of documenting his handling of the evidence. But none of these explanations held up to scrutiny. There was no reason for an officer to sign his own name on photographs of victims. There was no protocol that would justify hiding evidence in an unlabeled box. And the journal entries were written in first person, describing the stalking activities as though the writer was committing them, not investigating them. Harris called his supervisor and explained what he had found. Within an hour, 2 detectives from Internal Affairs arrived at the evidence room. They reviewed the contents of the box while Harris provided a detailed account of how he had discovered it. The detectives' expressions grew increasingly grim as they examined the photographs and read sections of the journal. They confiscated the box and instructed Harris not to discuss his discovery with anyone. The matter would be investigated internally before any public disclosure. Over the following weeks, Harris learned through careful unofficial channels what the investigation had uncovered. The Internal Affairs detectives had matched the items in the box to 6 of the 8 missing women from the journal descriptions. The jewelry and hair ribbon belonged to 2 of the victims, confirmed through family members who still had photographs showing their loved ones wearing those exact items. The Polaroids had been analyzed and confirmed as authentic photographs from the correct time period. The journal's handwriting had been compared to samples from Officer Morrison's personnel file and was determined to be a match. The conclusion was unavoidable. Officer David Morrison had been a serial predator who had used his position in law enforcement to stalk and abduct women over a period of at least 13 years. He had kept evidence of his crimes hidden in the department's own evidence room, confident that the disorganized state of the facility would prevent discovery. And he had been right for decades. Morrison had retired with full honors, lived out his remaining years as a respected member of the community, and died without ever facing justice for his crimes. The victims' families had spent decades wondering what happened to their daughters, sisters, and mothers, never knowing that the truth was locked in a box in the police department basement. The department faced an impossible decision. Revealing Morrison's crimes would bring closure to the victims' families and allow the cases to be officially solved. But it would also expose the fact that a predator had operated within the department for years without detection. It would raise questions about supervision, accountability, and how many other officers might have known or suspected something. The scandal would damage public trust and potentially open the department to lawsuits from the victims' families. After weeks of internal debate, the department made its choice. A press conference was held. The police chief announced that new evidence had been discovered in 6 cold case missing persons investigations. The evidence pointed to a deceased individual who could not be prosecuted, but whose identity would be released to bring closure to the families. Officer David Morrison's name was made public. His photograph was removed from the hallway of honors. The victims' families were notified privately before the public announcement. Some expressed relief at finally knowing the truth. Others expressed anger that Morrison had escaped justice. All of them filed lawsuits against the department for negligent supervision and failure to protect the public from a known threat. Though the department maintained that Morrison's crimes had been completely unknown until the discovery of the evidence box. Harris completed his evidence room reorganization project over the following months. He found no other hidden boxes or undocumented evidence. But the work had lost its peaceful solitude. Every box he opened now carried the possibility of containing another terrible secret. He thought constantly about the women whose lives had been stolen by someone who should have been protecting them. He thought about how easily Morrison's crimes might never have been discovered if budget cuts had not necessitated the evidence room reorganization. How many other departments had similar secrets hidden in their basements, waiting to be found? Eventually, Harris requested a transfer to a different division. He could not continue working in the evidence room, knowing what it had concealed. His supervisor granted the transfer without question, understanding that some discoveries left permanent marks on those who made them. Harris returned to patrol work, but he was changed by what he had found. He looked at veteran officers differently now, wondering what secrets they might carry. He understood that the uniform did not guarantee honor, and that the worst monsters sometimes hid behind badges and oaths. It was a bitter lesson, but one that made him more determined to be the kind of officer who upheld the true meaning of justice. not the corrupted version that Morrison had represented. Officer Clark had been with the department for 3 years when he first responded to a call at 1847 Ashwood Drive. It was a routine wellness check requested by a concerned neighbor who had not seen the elderly resident in several days. When Clark arrived at the property, he found an abandoned house with boarded windows and a front yard overgrown with weeds. The neighbor who made the call apologized profusely, saying she must have gotten the address wrong. Clark filed a report noting the house was vacant and thought nothing more of it. But that was just the first time. Over the next 3 years, Clark would respond to 1847 Ashwood Drive 16 more times, and each visit would become progressively more unsettling until the final call that would make him question everything he thought he understood about reality. The second call came 4 months after the first. This time, it was a noise complaint. A resident 2 blocks away reported hearing screaming coming from the direction of Ashwood Drive in the middle of the night. Clark was dispatched along with his partner to investigate. They drove slowly down the street with their windows down, listening for any disturbance. When they reached 1847 Ashwood Drive, the same abandoned house stood silent and dark. They checked the property, found no signs of entry or activity, and concluded the complainant had been mistaken about the location. The third call was a suspected break-in. Someone driving past claimed they saw flashlight beams moving inside the house. Again, Clark responded. Again, he found nothing. After the 5th or 6th call, Clark started to notice the pattern. Every call came from a different person reporting different concerns, but they all identified 1847 Ashwood Drive as the source of the problem. Domestic disputes, suspicious vehicles, possible intruders, sounds of distress. The calls came at various times, day and night, with weeks or sometimes months between them. But the result was always the same. By the time police arrived, there was nothing to find. No people, no vehicles, no evidence that anyone had been at the property. Clark mentioned the strange pattern to his sergeant, who pulled the history on the address. The records showed that 1847 Ashwood Drive had been the site of a murder-suicide in October 2009. A man named Gerald Vance had killed his wife and then himself inside the house. The property had been foreclosed by the bank after sitting on the market for 2 years with no buyers. The house had been empty ever since, slowly deteriorating as vandals occasionally broke in and the neighborhood declined around it. But here was the strange part. The 911 calls about the address had started in 2010, just months after the murder-suicide, and had continued regularly for over a decade. Dozens of calls from different people, all reporting activity at an abandoned house where no activity was possible. Clark's sergeant suggested that the house had simply gained a reputation in the neighborhood as a place where bad things happened, and residents were hypervigilant about any real or imagined disturbances nearby. People heard sounds from other houses and misidentified the source as coming from the notorious murder house. It made sense logically, and Clark accepted this explanation. But as he continued to respond to calls at 1847 Ashwood Drive, he began to doubt the rational narrative. Because some of the calls were not coming from neighbors. They were coming from inside the house. The police dispatch system showed the phone number and location for every 911 call. Most calls came from cell phones with approximate tower locations. But starting with Clark's 8th or 9th response to 1847 Ashwood Drive, several of the calls showed as originating from a landline at that exact address. The first time Clark noticed this, he assumed it was an error in the system. But when it happened again, he asked dispatch to verify. The dispatcher confirmed that the call was coming from the landline registered to 1847 Ashwood Drive, a number that had been disconnected by the phone company in 2009 after the murder-suicide. Somehow calls were being placed from a phone line that did not exist, from a house where no one lived. Clark researched the phenomenon and found that old phone lines can sometimes cross signals or create phantom connections, especially in areas with outdated infrastructure. This seemed like a reasonable explanation until he actually answered one of those calls. It happened on a Tuesday night in November. Clark was on patrol when dispatch radioed that a 911 call had just come in from 1847 Ashwood Drive. The caller had not spoken, but dispatch could hear background noise before the line disconnected. Clark was only 3 blocks away. He told dispatch he would check it out and arrived at the house within 2 minutes. As always, the house was dark and appeared undisturbed. But this time, Clark's instincts told him something was different. He stood on the overgrown front lawn, staring at the boarded windows, and felt an overwhelming sense that he was being watched. His radio crackled, and dispatch came back on. Another 911 call was coming from the Ashwood address right now, while Clark was standing outside. Dispatch asked if he could see anyone inside. Clark said no, but he was going to investigate. He approached the front door, which was secured with a padlock. The windows were all boarded from the outside with no way to see in. He walked around the perimeter of the house and found no signs of entry. Then his phone rang. The caller ID showed the number for 1847 Ashwood Drive. Clark answered. For several seconds there was silence. Then he heard breathing on the other end. Heavy, labored breathing, like someone in distress. Clark identified himself and asked who was calling. The breathing continued. Then a voice spoke, distorted and barely audible. It said his name. Clark. Just his last name, spoken in a raspy whisper. The line went dead. Clark immediately radioed for backup and drew his weapon. If someone was inside that house with access to a phone, they were trespassing and potentially dangerous. More concerning was the fact that they knew his name. 3 other units responded within minutes. The officers forced entry through the front door and cleared the house room by room with flashlights. The interior was exactly what one would expect from an abandoned property. Water damage, peeling wallpaper, trash left by squatters and vandals. In the master bedroom, they found the stains on the carpet where the bodies had been discovered years earlier. But there were no people inside, no phone equipment. No way anyone could have made those calls. The officers conducted a thorough search, checking every closet, every corner, even the crawl space under the house. Nothing. Clark's sergeant ordered a technical investigation. The phone company sent a technician to verify the landline status. The technician confirmed that the line to 1847 Ashwood Drive had been permanently disconnected in 2009. The physical phone line had been cut at the street junction box. There was no possible way for that number to place calls. Yet the 911 system logs showed multiple calls from that exact number over the past several years, including the ones that had just occurred while officers were on scene. The technician had no explanation for how this was possible. Over the next few months, the calls from 1847 Ashwood Drive continued. Clark responded each time, and each time he found nothing. But the calls became more disturbing. Sometimes when he answered, his phone would ring from that number, and he would hear voices in the background. Crying, arguing, sounds consistent with a domestic disturbance. Once he heard what sounded like a woman screaming, followed by 2 loud bangs like gunshots, then silence. Each time he rushed to the house and found it empty. Clark became obsessed with understanding what was happening. He researched the history of Gerald and Patricia Vance, the couple who had died in the house. He interviewed neighbors who remembered them. They described an unhappy marriage, frequent arguments, police calls for domestic disputes. Gerald had been controlling and abusive. Patricia had tried to leave him several times, but always returned. On the night of the murder-suicide, Neighbors heard shouting, then screams, then gunshots. Police arrived to find both of them dead. Gerald had shot Patricia in the bedroom and then turned the gun on himself. The case was straightforward, closed quickly, and filed away. But Clark discovered something strange in the old case files. In the weeks leading up to the murder-suicide, Patricia Vance had called 911 multiple times, reporting that her husband was threatening her. Each time, police responded and found Gerald calm and cooperative. Patricia would recant her accusations, saying she had overreacted. Officers documented the calls, but made no arrests. After the murder, there was some internal discussion about whether the department had failed to protect Patricia. But ultimately, it was decided that officers had followed proper procedures. There was no way to know Gerald would escalate to murder. Patricia's final 911 call had come on the night she died. She told the dispatcher her husband had a gun and was going to kill her. By the time police arrived, both were already dead. Clark realized the calls to 1847 Ashwood Drive matched the pattern of Patricia's calls for help. They were desperate, recurring, and seemingly impossible to verify or resolve. It was as though her final terrified moments had left an imprint on that house, a psychic echo that continued to reach out through disconnected phone lines, pleading for help that would never come. Clark knew how insane this sounded. He was a police officer, trained to deal with facts and evidence, not ghost stories. But he could not deny what he experienced. The calls were real. The voice saying his name was real. Whatever was happening at 1847 Ashwood Drive transcended normal explanation. On Clark's 17th and final response to the address, he made a decision. He entered the house alone without backup, without telling anyone where he was going. He needed to confront whatever was in that house, to understand it or make it stop. He walked through the rooms with his flashlight, calling out to Patricia Vance by name. He told her he was sorry no one had helped her in time. He said that her husband could not hurt her anymore. The house remained silent. Then his flashlight flickered and died. In the darkness, he heard footsteps moving across the floor above him. He heard a door slam. He heard that same raspy breathing from the phone calls, close behind him in the dark. Clark ran. He got out of that house and drove away, and he submitted his transfer request the next morning. Clark moved to a different precinct across town. He never responded to another call at 1847 Ashwood Drive. But according to department records, the calls from that address continue to this day. Other officers respond, find nothing, file reports, and move on. Most of them probably think it is just system glitches or neighborhood pranks. But Clark knows better. Some places hold on to their trauma, replaying their worst moments like recordings that never stop. And some calls for help echo forever, unanswered, waiting for someone brave enough or foolish enough to finally listen. Officer Lewis had conducted thousands of traffic stops during his 7 years on patrol. The routine was always the same. Lights and sirens, pull the vehicle over, approach with caution, check license and registration, issue citation or warning, move on. Most stops were uneventful. Speeding tickets, broken tail lights, expired tags. Occasionally, there would be an arrest for outstanding warrants or drug possession. But those situations followed predictable patterns. Lewis prided himself on his ability to read people and assess threats quickly. He trusted his instincts and his training. But nothing in his experience prepared him for what happened on Highway 9 just after midnight on a moonless November night. Lewis was working the late shift, patrolling the rural stretch of highway that connected two small towns. Traffic was light at that hour, mostly long-haul truckers and the occasional commuter heading home from a late shift. He was parked in his usual spot near mile marker 47, running radar, when a dark sedan passed going 58 in a 55 zone. technically over the limit, but Lewis normally would not pull someone over for 3 miles per hour. However, as the sedan passed under a street light, he noticed the right taillight was out. That was a legitimate safety violation. He pulled onto the highway and activated his lights. The sedan slowed immediately and pulled onto the shoulder. No attempt to flee or delay. The driver was being cooperative, which Lewis appreciated. He called in the stop to dispatch, providing the license plate number and his location. Then he approached the vehicle on the driver's side, his flashlight in hand and his other hand resting near his weapon. Standard procedure. The driver's window rolled down as Lewis approached. Inside was a man who appeared to be in his mid-40s, wearing a button-down shirt and glasses. He looked like an accountant or office worker. Nothing threatening about him. Lewis introduced himself and explained the reason for the stop. The man nodded and reached for his wallet without being asked. He handed over his driver's license politely. Lewis examined it. The name was Michael Harrison, address in the next county over. No obvious signs of tampering or forgery. The photo matched the man behind the wheel. Lewis asked for the vehicle registration and insurance. The man opened the glove compartment and retrieved the documents, handing them over with the same calm cooperation. Everything seemed completely normal. Lewis returned to his patrol car to run the information through the system. He entered the license plate number into the computer and waited for the results. The system took longer than usual to respond, which was not uncommon on the older patrol car computers. When the results finally appeared, Lewis felt his first twinge of confusion. The plate number returned no results. Not suspended, not stolen, just nothing. The system showed no vehicle registered to that plate number in any state database. Lewis tried again, carefully re-entering the numbers and letters. Same result. No vehicle found. He tried the VIN number from the registration document. Again, nothing. The VIN did not exist in any records. Lewis sat in his patrol car, staring at the computer screen, trying to make sense of what he was seeing. A vehicle could not be on the road without registration. Every car, truck, and motorcycle had to be registered with a state DMV and assigned a VIN number during manufacture. There was no way for a vehicle to simply not exist in the system unless the plates were fake or the VIN had been removed and replaced with a false number. But the plates and VIN looked legitimate, not homemade or tampered with. This was becoming suspicious quickly. Lewis radioed dispatch and explained the situation. The dispatcher ran the information again from her end and confirmed the same results. No record of the vehicle or VIN. She asked if Lewis wanted backup. He considered it, but decided to approach the driver again first and get clarification before escalating the situation. Maybe there was a simple explanation. Perhaps the registration was recently processed and had not entered the system yet. Lewis got out of his patrol car and walked back toward the sedan, his instincts now on high alert. As he approached the driver's window again, Lewis shone his flashlight into the vehicle to get a better look at the interior. The back seat was empty except for a briefcase and a jacket. Nothing unusual. But as his light swept across the car, he noticed something that made him stop. The driver's reflection in the rearview mirror did not match the man sitting in the driver's seat. The reflection showed someone younger, with different facial features and no glasses. Lewis blinked and looked again. The reflection was back to normal, matching the driver. He convinced himself it had been a trick of the light or the angle of his flashlight. Lewis asked the driver about the registration issue. The man looked confused and said the car was registered properly, that he had just renewed the registration 2 months ago. He seemed genuinely puzzled by the problem. Lewis asked him to step out of the vehicle. The man complied without protest, opening the door and standing beside the car. Lewis asked if there was anything in the vehicle that Lewis should be aware of. Any weapons, drugs, or illegal items? The man said no. Lewis asked if he could search the vehicle. The man hesitated, then said yes. Lewis began searching the car while the man stood on the shoulder watching. The front seats revealed nothing unusual. Registration and insurance documents in the glove box, a phone charger in the center console, a half-empty water bottle in the cup holder. Lewis moved to the back seat. The briefcase was unlocked. Inside were papers, what looked like financial documents or work reports. The jacket in the back seat had nothing in the pockets. Lewis was about to conclude the search when he noticed something odd about the back door on the passenger side. It was slightly ajar, not fully closed. Lewis had not seen the door open. He looked at the man standing by the front of the car. The man was watching him, but said nothing. Lewis opened the back door fully to check if something was preventing it from closing properly. As the door swung open, he looked into the back seat and froze. Sitting in the back seat was a figure, a person. Someone had been there the entire time, sitting perfectly still in the shadows, where Lewis had not seen them when he first shone his light through the windows. The figure was wearing dark clothes and had their head down as though sleeping. Lewis immediately drew his weapon and ordered the person to show their hands and exit the vehicle. The figure did not move. Lewis shouted the command again, his heart pounding. Still no response. He reached forward carefully and touched the figure's shoulder. The moment his hand made contact, the figure collapsed. It fell sideways onto the seat, and Lewis realized with horror that it was not a person. It was clothing arranged to look like a person, stuffed with something to give it shape, a decoy. But why would someone create a fake passenger? Lewis looked up at the driver, who was still standing calmly by the front of the car. Their eyes met. The driver smiled. It was not a friendly smile. Lewis ordered the man to get on the ground. The man did not comply. Instead, he turned and started walking away from the car, moving toward the darkness beyond the highway shoulder. Lewis shouted for him to stop. The man kept walking. Lewis ran after him, reaching out to grab his arm. His hand passed through empty air. The man was there. Lewis could see him clearly, but his hand found nothing solid to grab. Lewis tried again with the same result. It was as though the man was not physically present, just an image or projection. Lewis backed away, his mind struggling to process what was happening. He drew his weapon and aimed it at the figure, shouting commands that went unanswered. The man stopped walking and turned to face Lewis. Then his appearance began to change. His features shifted, becoming younger and then older, cycling through different faces too quickly to track. His clothes changed colors. His height seemed to fluctuate. Lewis was looking at something that was not human, something that only resembled a person. The figure spoke. Its voice was layered, multiple voices speaking in unison. It said that Lewis had been chosen to witness, that the boundaries were thinner here, that others would come. Then it turned and walked into the darkness beyond the highway, fading from view within seconds. Lewis stood on the shoulder of Highway 9, breathing hard, his weapon still drawn, staring into the empty night. The sedan was still sitting there with its lights on and the back door open. The fake passenger was still arranged on the back seat. Lewis radioed for backup, his voice shaking as he tried to explain what had just happened. 2 units responded and arrived within 15 minutes. By the time they got there, Lewis had checked the sedan thoroughly. There was no driver's license or registration in the vehicle now, though Lewis was certain he had handled those documents. The glove box was empty. The briefcase in the back seat was gone. Only the clothing dummy remained, arranged to look like a sleeping passenger. The responding officers searched the area but found no sign of the driver. They documented the abandoned vehicle and called for a tow truck. The sedan was impounded and examined by investigators. The VIN number was confirmed to not exist in any database. The plates were traced and found to have been reported stolen from a junkyard 3 states away 2 years earlier. How the vehicle was constructed or where it came from remained a mystery. The clothing used to create the fake passenger was analyzed and determined to be common retail items available at any department store. There were no fingerprints anywhere in or on the vehicle. No DNA. No trace evidence that would identify who had been driving it. Lewis filed an official report describing the traffic stop and the driver's disappearance. He did not include the details about the changing reflection, the inability to physically touch the driver, or the shifting appearance. Those elements would have made him sound insane. Even his edited report was met with skepticism. The investigating detective suggested Lewis had been the victim of an elaborate prank, that someone had abandoned the vehicle after seeing the lights and fled on foot. The fake passenger was explained as either a joke or an attempt to use the HOV lane. Lewis did not argue. He accepted the official interpretation even though he knew it was wrong. In the months that followed, Lewis continued working Highway 9 during the late shift. He conducted traffic stops as always, following the same procedures he had always followed. But he watched every driver more carefully now. He looked for signs that they might not be what they appeared to be. And sometimes, late at night when the highway was empty and dark, he would park near mile marker 47 and watch for that sedan. He never saw it again. But twice he saw other vehicles that returned no results when he ran their plates. Both times he let them pass without pulling them over. Some mysteries were better left uninvestigated. Detective Walker had spent 12 years working homicide cases, and in that time he had conducted hundreds of interrogations. He had interviewed witnesses who could not remember crucial details. He had questioned suspects who lied with practiced ease. He had sat across from killers who showed no remorse and victims' families who demanded justice he could not always provide. Walker thought he had developed the ability to read people, to separate truth from deception, to understand the psychology of criminals. But nothing in his training or experience prepared him for the interview he conducted with Raymond Becker, a man on death row with less than 3 weeks until his scheduled execution. Becker had been convicted of murder 12 years earlier. The case had been straightforward. Becker had killed his business partner during an argument over money, shooting him 3 times in the chest in Becker's office after business hours. Security camera footage showed Becker arriving at the office building alone at 9:30 p.m. His partner arrived at 9:45 p.m. At 10:17 p.m., Becker was seen leaving the building carrying a large duffel bag. His partner's body was discovered the next morning by the cleaning crew. Becker was arrested within 24 hours. The murder weapon was found in his home. His fingerprints were on the gun. Ballistics matched. The trial lasted 3 weeks, and the jury deliberated for less than 4 hours before returning a guilty verdict. Becker was sentenced to death. For 12 years, Becker had maintained his innocence despite the overwhelming evidence against him. He filed appeals that were denied. He gave interviews to reporters claiming he had been framed. His lawyers exhausted every legal avenue trying to overturn the conviction. Nothing worked. The evidence was too solid, the case too clear. Becker was going to die for his crime. Then 3 weeks before his execution date, Becker contacted the district attorney's office with an unusual request. He wanted to speak with a homicide detective about other murders. He claimed he had information about unsolved cases, and he would provide details in exchange for nothing. No deal, no reduced sentence, no stay of execution. He just wanted to confess before he died. Walker was assigned to conduct the interview. The DA's office was skeptical that Becker had any legitimate information. Death row inmates often made false confessions, seeking attention or attempting to delay their executions. But procedure required that all leads be investigated, no matter how unlikely. Walker reviewed Becker's case file thoroughly before driving to the state penitentiary where Becker was housed. He brought recording equipment and a detailed knowledge of every unsolved homicide in the region over the past 20 years. If Becker was going to confess to additional murders, Walker would be able to verify whether the confessions were legitimate or fabricated. The interview room at the prison was small and windowless, with concrete walls painted institutional gray. A metal table was bolted to the floor with chairs on either side. Becker was brought in wearing an orange jumpsuit and restraints. He was 53 years old, thin and pale from years of incarceration. His hair had gone completely gray. He sat down across from Walker and waited while the guards removed his handcuffs, though his ankles remained shackled to the floor. Walker introduced himself and explained that their conversation was being recorded. Becker nodded and said he understood. Walker began with standard questions. Why did Becker want to talk now? What information did he have? Becker said he had spent 12 years thinking about his life and the things he had done. He said his execution date had focused his mind on the need to clear his conscience. He said he was guilty of more than just the murder he had been convicted for. He wanted to confess to 7 additional murders that had never been solved. Walker asked him to describe these murders. Becker began to talk. The first case Becker described was a woman who had been found dead in her apartment in 1998. The death had been ruled a suicide. She had taken pills and left a note. Becker said it was not suicide. He said he had broken into her apartment, forced her to take the pills, and written the note himself, copying her handwriting from documents he found in her desk. He described details about the apartment layout that were accurate. He knew about a hidden spare key under a flower pot that had never been mentioned in any reports. He described the content of the suicide note, which had never been made public. Walker felt the first stirrings of unease. This was not a false confession. Becker knew things only the killer would know. Becker continued describing cases. A man who drowned in a boating accident in 2001. Becker said he had sabotaged the boat. A woman who died in a house fire in 2004. Becker said he had started the fire. Case after case, Becker provided details that matched unsolved or incorrectly solved deaths. He described victims' habits and routines. He knew details about crime scenes that had never been released to the public. Walker cross-referenced everything Becker said with case files, and every detail checked out. Becker was confessing to real murders that he had actually committed. 7 victims across 3 states spanning 15 years. 7 families who had never received justice. 7 cases that would now be solved. The interview lasted 4 hours. Walker filled notebook after notebook with details that would need to be verified by other investigators. He arranged for follow-up interviews with detectives from other jurisdictions whose cases Becker had confessed to. Everything seemed to be proceeding exactly as it should. Then halfway through the recording, something changed. Becker's demeanor shifted. His voice, which had been calm and steady, dropped in pitch. It became deeper, harsher, almost guttural. His posture changed. He sat up straighter, his shoulders squared. His facial expression went from resigned to something Walker could not quite identify. Not angry, not scared. Something else, something predatory. Walker noticed the change immediately, but continued with his questions. He asked Becker to describe the 7th victim. Becker began to speak, but the voice coming from his mouth did not sound like Becker anymore. The deep, harsh tone continued as he described details of a murder from 2008. But then Becker started saying things that were not related to the case. He started describing Walker's family. He said Walker's daughter attended Jefferson Elementary School. He said she walked home most days, but sometimes Walker's wife picked her up in their blue Honda. He said Walker's wife liked to shop at the grocery store on Oak Street on Tuesday afternoons. He knew their home address. He described the layout of their house. He knew that Walker kept his service weapon in a safe in the bedroom closet. Walker felt ice run through his veins. None of this information was public. Becker had been in prison for 12 years. There was no way he should know anything about Walker's family. Walker had not even been a detective when Becker was arrested. They had no connection. Walker asked Becker how he knew these things. Becker smiled. It was not Becker's smile. The expression on his face looked wrong, like someone wearing an ill-fitting mask. The voice said that it knew everything about Walker. It knew about the case that had gone wrong 3 years ago. It knew about the evidence that had been mishandled. It knew about the suspect who had walked free because of that mistake. It knew things that Walker had never told anyone. Walker stopped the recording. He called for the guards to remove Becker from the room. As Becker was being escorted out, he turned back to look at Walker. His expression had returned to normal. His voice was back to its usual tone. He looked confused and asked what had happened, why the interview was being ended. He said he had more information to provide. Walker did not answer. He gathered his notes and recording equipment and left the prison immediately. In his car, he sat for a long time trying to process what had just occurred. He reviewed the recording. The change in Becker's voice was clear on the audio. The impossible knowledge about Walker's family was documented. Walker reported the incident to his supervisor. Together, they reviewed the recording multiple times. The supervisor agreed that something unusual had happened, but could not explain it. A psychologist was consulted. She suggested that Becker might have been exhibiting symptoms of dissociative identity disorder, where different personalities emerge under stress. She said it was possible that an alternate personality had access to information that Becker's primary personality did not consciously recall. Perhaps Becker had researched the detectives who might interview him, and his subconscious retained that information. It was a stretch, but it was the only rational explanation available. Walker requested that someone else complete the follow-up interviews with Becker. His request was denied. He was the lead investigator on the confessions. He had the most complete understanding of the cases. He needed to finish what he had started. Walker returned to the prison 2 days later to continue the interview. This time, he brought another detective with him as a witness. Becker was cooperative and apologized for whatever had happened during the previous session. He said he did not remember saying anything about Walker's family. He seemed genuine. Walker resumed questioning about the murders. Becker provided additional details, locations of evidence that had never been found, explanations of how he had avoided detection. Everything was useful and verifiable. The interview concluded without incident. Walker spent the next 2 weeks coordinating with other law enforcement agencies to verify Becker's confessions. Search warrants were executed. Evidence was recovered. Victims' families were notified. Every confession checked out. Becker had committed all 7 murders exactly as he described. The cases were officially closed. Justice was served, even if it came 12 years too late for some families. Becker's execution proceeded as scheduled. He was put to death by lethal injection on November 14th at 12:01 a.m. Walker did not attend. In the months after Becker's execution, Walker continued to think about that moment in the interview room, when Becker's voice had changed and impossible knowledge had poured out. He thought about the look in Becker's eyes, the sense that he was looking at something that was not entirely human. He thought about how easily Becker had accessed information about Walker's family that should have been private. Walker changed his daily routines. He varied his wife's schedule. He drove his daughter to school instead of letting her walk. He upgraded the security system at his home. He moved his service weapon to a different location. He took precautions against a threat that rationally should not exist. Becker was dead. The information had been a trick or a coincidence or explained by psychology. But Walker never felt completely safe again. Sometimes late at night, he would wake up with the sense that he was being watched. He would check his home security cameras and find nothing. He would look in on his sleeping daughter and feel relief that she was safe. He would go back to bed and lie awake wondering if there were things in the world that could not be explained by police work and criminal psychology. Things that could inhabit human bodies and speak through human mouths. Things that knew secrets they should not know. Walker never found answers to these questions. He learned to live with the uncertainty, with the knowledge that some mysteries ran deeper than any case file could document. Officer Allen had been partners with Officer Davis for 4 years. They had worked hundreds of shifts together, responding to everything from petty theft to armed robberies. They knew each other's habits, trusted each other's judgment, and had developed the kind of unspoken communication that only came from years of working side by side in dangerous situations. So when Allen heard the panic in Davis's voice over the radio on the night of October 3rd, 2019, he knew immediately that something was terribly wrong. Davis did not panic. He was the calm one, the veteran who had seen everything and remained steady under pressure. But the voice coming through Allen's radio was frantic, barely coherent, and filled with a fear that Allen had never heard from his partner before. Davis had been investigating a series of break-ins in the rural outskirts of Cumberland County. Over the past 6 months, 14 homes in the area had been burglarized. The pattern was unusual. The homes were all isolated, separated from neighbors by acres of farmland or forest. The break-ins occurred during the day when residents were at work. Nothing of significant value was ever taken. Small items would go missing, food from refrigerators, changes of clothes, toiletries. It was as though someone was living in these homes while the owners were away, taking just enough to survive, but not enough to trigger major police investigations. Most victims did not even realize they had been burglarized until they noticed multiple small items missing over time. Davis had developed a theory. He believed the burglar was homeless or transient, someone who was moving through the county and using empty homes as temporary shelter. Davis had identified several abandoned buildings in the area that might serve as base camps. One of them was the old Cumberland County Hospital, a 3-story structure that had been closed since 2005 due to budget cuts and declining patient numbers. The building had been scheduled for demolition multiple times, but the project kept getting delayed due to funding issues and environmental concerns about asbestos abatement. The hospital sat empty on the edge of town, fenced off and marked with no trespassing signs that were routinely ignored by vandals and curious teenagers. Davis had gone to investigate the hospital alone on that October night. He had not requested backup because he was not expecting to find anyone. He was simply doing reconnaissance, checking the building to see if there were signs of recent occupation. Allen was patrolling a different section of the county when Davis radioed in at 9:47 p.m. to report that he had arrived at the hospital and was going to take a look around. Allen acknowledged and continued his patrol. 23 minutes later, Davis's voice erupted over the radio in a transmission that would become crucial evidence in the investigation that followed. The transmission was broken and unclear. Davis was breathing hard, almost panting. His words came in fragments. He said something about the walls. He said he was being watched. He said someone had been there the whole time. Then the transmission cut to static. Allen immediately radioed back, asking Davis to repeat and clarify his status. No response. Allen radioed dispatch and reported that Davis was not responding and might be in distress. He provided the location and requested immediate backup. Then Allen turned his patrol car around and drove at high speed toward the hospital. his lights and sirens cutting through the dark, rural roads. Alan arrived at the hospital at 10:18 p.m. Davis's patrol car was parked in the crumbling parking lot in front of the main entrance. The driver's door was open. The vehicle's lights were on and the radio was still transmitting, though no one was speaking. Alan could hear the static and occasional crackle of the open channel. He drew his weapon and approached the patrol car carefully. The interior was empty. Davis's radio handset was sitting on the seat, still keyed to transmit. His flashlight was on the dashboard. His hat was on the passenger seat. But Davis was gone. Alan entered the hospital through the main entrance, which stood open. The interior was dark except for the beam of his flashlight. The lobby was filled with debris, broken ceiling tiles, and scattered furniture left behind when the hospital closed. Graffiti covered the walls. The smell of mold and decay was overwhelming. Alan called out for Davis, his voice echoing through the empty corridors. No response. He radioed dispatch and reported that Davis was not with his vehicle and that he was entering the building to search. Dispatch confirmed that backup units were en route. Estimated arrival time, 8 minutes. Alan moved through the first floor systematically, clearing rooms one by one. Old patient rooms with beds still in place. Examination rooms with equipment long since stripped for parts. A cafeteria with tables overturned. Everything was coated in dust and showed signs of weather damage from broken windows. Alan found no sign of Davis or anyone else. He moved to the stairwell and climbed to the second floor. The darkness was nearly absolute here. His flashlight beam revealed more abandoned rooms and long hallways that stretched into shadow. He continued calling for Davis, listening for any sound of movement or response. On the third floor, Alan found the first sign that someone had been living in the building. In one of the larger rooms that might have once been a ward, he discovered evidence of recent occupation. There were sleeping bags arranged on the floor. Dozens of them, at least 20 or 30, all laid out in neat rows. Food containers and water bottles were stacked against the walls. Clothing hung from makeshift lines strung between exposed pipes. Flashlights and battery-powered lanterns sat on windowsills. This was not a temporary shelter for one homeless person. This was a permanent camp for a large group. Alan radioed his discovery to dispatch just as he heard footsteps behind him. He spun around with his flashlight and weapon raised. A figure was standing in the doorway, partially obscured by shadow. Alan ordered the person to show their hands and identify themselves. The figure stepped into the light. It was a man, maybe 40 years old, wearing dirty clothes and carrying a backpack. He raised his hand slowly. Alan asked where Davis was. The man said he did not know anyone named Davis. Alan asked how many people were living in the hospital. The man hesitated, then said there were others, many others. They had been living there for months, moving through the condemned buildings in the county, staying ahead of demolition schedules and police patrols. They were squatters, homeless individuals who had formed a community in the abandoned spaces no one else wanted. Alan heard more footsteps. Other people were emerging from the shadows of the hallways, drawn by the sound of voices and the flashlight beam. Within a minute, Alan was surrounded by 15 people, all dressed in similar worn clothing, all watching him with wary expressions. Alan kept his weapon drawn but did not aim at anyone specific. He asked again about Davis. An older woman in the group spoke up. She said a police officer had come through earlier. They had hidden when they heard him coming. They watched him from inside the walls. The building had service corridors and crawl spaces behind the patient rooms, old maintenance access points that allowed someone to move through the building unseen. They had used these passages to avoid detection while Davis searched the floors. But Davis had discovered one of the access panels and had gone into the walls to investigate. They had heard him moving around inside. Then they heard him calling on his radio, Then silence. Alan demanded to be shown where Davis had entered the walls. The group led him back down to the second floor, to a patient room where a wall panel had been removed. Behind the panel was a narrow passage that ran parallel to the main corridor. Alan crawled through with his flashlight, his radio, and his weapon. The passage was barely wide enough for him to move. It was pitch black except for his flashlight beam. He could see footprints in the thick dust on the floor, recent prints leading deeper into the passage. He followed them. The passage opened into a larger maintenance corridor that connected to a service stairwell. Alan descended the stairs, following the footprints. At the bottom was a basement level that did not appear on any building plans he had seen. The basement was a maze of storage rooms, mechanical spaces, and tunnels that connected different parts of the hospital complex. Alan's radio was barely functional this deep underground, only occasional bursts of static breaking through. He continued following the footprints until he found Davis. Davis was sitting with his back against a wall in a small mechanical room. His flashlight had died. He was holding his radio but not transmitting. When Alan's flashlight beam found him, Davis looked up with an expression of profound relief. He was uninjured, but clearly shaken. Alan helped him to his feet, and they made their way back through the tunnels to the main building. As they climbed the stairs back to the second floor, Davis explained what had happened. He had been following the passages in the walls when his flashlight had failed. He had become disoriented in the darkness and could not find his way back. He had tried to radio for help, but the signal would not transmit from inside the walls. He had sat down to conserve his phone battery and wait for rescue, knowing that Alan would come looking for him. By the time Alan and Davis emerged from the building, backup had arrived. 6 patrol cars were in the parking lot, along with an ambulance. The squatters who had been living in the hospital were detained and questioned. Their identities were documented. Social services was called to provide assistance. The investigation into the break-ins progressed rapidly once the squatters were identified. 3 of them admitted to entering homes during the day to take supplies. They had not meant to frighten anyone or cause harm. They were simply trying to survive. They were arrested and charged with multiple counts of burglary. The others in the group were offered shelter through county assistance programs. Most declined and moved on to other locations. The hospital was secured and scheduled for immediate demolition. Within 6 months, it was reduced to rubble, and the lot was cleared. The case of the break-ins was closed with arrests and convictions. Davis received a commendation for his investigative work that led to identifying the perpetrators. Alan received recognition for his successful rescue of his partner. Everything ended well from an official perspective. Justice was served. The community was safer. 2 officers had performed their duties with distinction, but the incident left a permanent mark on both Alan and Davis. Their partnership was never quite the same after that night. Davis had experienced something in those dark passages that he rarely talked about. The feeling of being watched by dozens of eyes he could not see. The knowledge that people had been living secretly in plain sight for months without detection. The vulnerability of being lost and helpless in the darkness beneath a building. Alan understood, because he had felt it too when he crawled through those passages searching for his partner. The sense that the world held hidden spaces where people existed outside of normal society, invisible and unknown, until circumstances forced them into the light. It was unsettling on a fundamental level that had nothing to do with danger or violence, and everything to do with the realization that reality was less stable and knowable than they had believed.
Hello everyone, welcome back to Buried Files. Tonight we venture into the frozen frontier of terror with 8 of the most disturbing true Alaskan missing tourist horror stories ever documented. These harrowing testimonies emerge not from fiction or hearsay, but from meticulously investigated disappearances that have left both authorities and families searching for answers in America's last wilderness. Each account exposes the unforgiving nature of Alaska's remote landscapes, where tourists seeking adventure instead found themselves vanishing without explanation into the vast tundra, treacherous mountains, and endless stretches of Arctic wilderness. The evidence has been carefully gathered from official reports, witness statements, and search and rescue documentation, guaranteeing that every detail remains grounded in verifiable fact, though certain personal identifiers have been altered to respect the privacy of those affected. If you have not yet become part of our dedicated community of true horror followers, please subscribe to Buried Files and enable the notification bell so you never miss an episode when we explore the darkness that lurks in our world. Make sure to leave a comment below sharing your thoughts on these cases or any experiences you may have had in Alaska's remote wilderness. Your engagement helps us continue bringing these important stories to light. The final text message from Dr. Marites Buenafe arrived at her family's phones at exactly 7:35 in the morning on July 1st, 2025. The 62-year-old physician from Lexington, Kentucky had typed out her plans with the methodical precision that characterized everything she did. She was taking the Mount Roberts tramway to the summit and would hike the popular Gold Ridge to Gastineau Peak Trail, a moderately challenging 4-mile route that promised spectacular views of Juneau and the surrounding wilderness. Her message was cheerful and confident, signed off with her characteristic optimism about the adventure that lay ahead. She had no way of knowing that those words would become the last communication her loved ones would ever receive from her. Dr. Buenafe had been traveling aboard the Norwegian Bliss cruise ship as part of a week-long Alaska expedition that had departed from Seattle, fulfilling a lifelong dream of exploring America's final frontier. She was not traveling alone on the cruise itself, having been accompanied by 2 family members who shared her passion for outdoor adventures and natural beauty. However, she had chosen to tackle this particular hike solo, confident in her abilities as an experienced outdoorswoman who had spent decades building the physical fitness and mental toughness required for challenging wilderness excursions. Her colleagues at UK Healthcare knew her as someone who approached both medicine and mountaineering with the same careful preparation and unwavering determination. The Mount Roberts tramway represented the perfect starting point for Dr. Buenafe's planned adventure, whisking visitors from Juneau's downtown area up 1,800 feet to a scenic overlook that served as the gateway to some of southeastern Alaska's most spectacular hiking opportunities. The tramway had been operating since 1996, providing safe and reliable access to trails that would otherwise require grueling climbs through dense temperate rainforest. From the summit station, hikers could choose from several well-marked routes that ranged from easy nature walks suitable for cruise passengers wearing street clothes to challenging backcountry treks that demanded proper equipment and wilderness experience. Security cameras captured Dr. Buenafe's arrival at the tramway's upper terminal around 7:30 that morning, showing her departing the visitor center buildings with the confident stride of someone who had done this type of hiking many times before. She appeared well prepared for the expedition, wearing appropriate outdoor clothing and carrying what seemed to be adequate supplies for the planned 4-hour round-trip hike. The weather conditions that morning were typical for southeast Alaska in early July. Cloudy skies with intermittent drizzle and temperatures in the mid-50s. Exactly the type of conditions that experienced Alaska hikers learn to expect and prepare for during the brief summer season. The Gold Ridge to Gastineau Peak Trail that Dr. Buenafe had chosen was described by hiking websites as moderately challenging but extremely popular among both locals and tourists who wanted to experience Alaska's wilderness without venturing too far from civilization. The trail gained approximately 900 feet of elevation over its 4-mile length, winding through subalpine meadows filled with wildflowers during the summer months before reaching exposed ridgeline areas that offered panoramic views of the Gastineau Channel, Douglas Island, and the ice-capped peaks of the Coast Range. On clear days, hikers could see for dozens of miles in every direction. But the frequent clouds and precipitation that characterized Southeast Alaska's maritime climate often limited visibility to just a few hundred yards. The Norwegian Bliss was scheduled to depart Juneau at 1:30 that afternoon, giving Dr. Buenafe what should have been ample time to complete her planned hike and return to the ship. Cruise itineraries typically build in generous margins for passenger excursions, understanding that weather delays and other unforeseen circumstances can affect timing. However, when 1:30 arrived without any sign of Dr. Buenafe, ship personnel began the standard protocols for passengers who failed to return by the all-aboard deadline. They attempted to contact her through the ship's public address system and tried calling her cell phone, but received no response to either method of communication. By 3:15 that afternoon, with the Norwegian Bliss already departed from Juneau and Dr. Buenafe still missing, her family members contacted local authorities to report her disappearance. The Alaska State Troopers immediately launched a comprehensive search and rescue operation, coordinating with multiple agencies that had extensive experience in Southeast Alaska's challenging terrain. Juneau Mountain Rescue, widely regarded as one of the most skilled volunteer search and rescue organizations in the state, deployed their most experienced teams to begin systematic ground searches along the trail Dr. Buenafe had planned to hike. The initial search efforts benefited from the long daylight hours of early July, when Juneau experiences nearly 19 hours of usable light each day. Ground teams equipped with specialized equipment began hiking the Gold Ridge Trail in both directions, looking for any signs that Dr. Buenafe had passed through the area or encountered difficulties along the route. Search and rescue dogs trained to detect human scent were brought in from Southeast Alaska Dogs for organized ground search, a volunteer organization that had participated in dozens of successful rescues throughout the region. The dogs would prove crucial in search operations, as their sensitive noses could detect traces of human presence that might be invisible to even the most experienced human searchers. Aerial searches began almost immediately, utilizing both Alaska State Trooper helicopters and aircraft from the United States Coast Guard that were specially equipped for search and rescue operations in Alaska's demanding conditions. The helicopters carried thermal imaging equipment capable of detecting body heat through forest canopies and cloud cover, technology that had proven successful in previous search operations throughout Southeast Alaska. However, the weather conditions that had been merely unpleasant for hiking became serious obstacles for aerial searches, with low clouds and intermittent precipitation limiting visibility and making it dangerous for aircraft to operate at low altitudes in the mountainous terrain. The search operation expanded dramatically on the second day, with more than a dozen professional volunteers from Juneau Mountain Rescue joining Alaska State Troopers and Juneau Police Department officers in an extensive grid search that utilized drones, additional search dogs, and expanded ground teams. The searchers methodically covered every accessible area along the planned hiking route, looking not only for Dr. Buenafe herself, but for any equipment, clothing, or other signs that might indicate what had happened during her hike. Despite these exhaustive efforts, the teams found no trace of the missing physician, a result that was both frustrating and increasingly ominous as the hours turned into days. Weather conditions continued to hamper the search efforts throughout the second and third days, with low clouds and rain limiting the effectiveness of both ground and aerial teams. Southeast Alaska's maritime climate can change rapidly, and what had begun as merely cloudy conditions on the morning of Dr. Buenafe's hike deteriorated into the type of weather that makes wilderness travel treacherous, even for experienced outdoors people. The combination of wet conditions, limited visibility, and steep terrain created hazardous conditions for the searchers themselves, forcing search coordinators to balance the urgent need to find Dr. Buenafe against the safety of the dozens of people risking their lives to locate her. The breakthrough came on Thursday morning, July 4th, when the crew of an Alaska Army National Guard helicopter spotted something unusual approximately 1,700 feet below the Gold Ridge ridgeline. Using specialized equipment and flying techniques developed specifically for Alaska's challenging search and rescue environment, the helicopter crew was able to confirm that they had located Dr. Buenafe's body in an area that would have been extremely difficult for ground searchers to access safely. The location was far below the established hiking trail, suggesting that she had either fallen or become disoriented and wandered off the marked route during her attempted hike. The recovery operation required careful coordination between Alaska State Troopers, Juneau Mountain Rescue, Temsco helicopters, and the Alaska Army National Guard, utilizing specialized high-angle rescue techniques to safely retrieve Dr. Buenafe's body from the remote location where she had been found. The challenging terrain and continued poor weather conditions made the recovery operation nearly as dangerous as the original search had been, demonstrating the extreme difficulties that face anyone who ventures into Southeast Alaska's wilderness areas without proper preparation and support. The successful recovery was a testament to the skill and dedication of Alaska's search and rescue community. But it came too late to save Dr. Buenafe's life. Dr. Buenafe's body was transported to the Alaska State Medical Examiner's office for an autopsy that would determine the exact cause of her death, though the circumstances of her discovery suggested that she had likely fallen from the ridge area during her attempted hike. The investigation would examine whether weather conditions, equipment failure, medical emergency, or other factors had contributed to the tragedy that claimed the life of a skilled physician who had simply wanted to experience the natural beauty of Alaska during her vacation. Her death served as a sobering reminder that even experienced hikers can encounter unexpected dangers in Alaska's wilderness areas, where rescue may be hours or days away and where weather conditions can change from pleasant to life-threatening in a matter of minutes. The loss of Dr. Marites Buenafe deeply affected not only her family and colleagues at UK Healthcare, but also the broader community of outdoor enthusiasts who recognized that her tragedy could have befallen any of them under similar circumstances. Norwegian Cruise Line expressed their condolences and provided support to her family through their crisis response team, while the various search and rescue organizations reflected on lessons learned that might help prevent similar tragedies in the future. Dr. Buenafe's death highlighted the inherent risks that exist whenever people venture into Alaska's wilderness areas, no matter how well prepared or experienced they might be, and served as a reminder that the mountains and forests of the last frontier demand constant respect and vigilance from those who seek to explore their beauty. The June afternoon when Joseph Balderas disappeared from Nome, Alaska was supposed to mark the beginning of his new life in America's final frontier. At 36 years old, the Texas native had driven over 3,000 miles to reach this remote settlement perched on the edge of the Bering Sea, leaving behind the suffocating heat of Houston for the promise of adventure and opportunity in the last frontier. His girlfriend Megan Ryder had followed him just 2 weeks later, their hearts full of dreams about building a future together in a place where the summer sun barely set and the winter aurora painted the sky in impossible colors. Joseph had secured work with a local construction company that specialized in maintaining the harsh infrastructure needed to survive in subarctic conditions. The pay was excellent, nearly double what he had earned back in Texas, and the housing was surprisingly affordable for a man accustomed to big city prices. Nome might have been isolated, accessible only by small aircraft or seasonal barge, but it offered something Houston never could: the chance to be part of a tight-knit community where everyone knew your name and your neighbors would risk their lives to help you survive the brutal winters that claimed the unprepared. Megan had been more hesitant about the move, concerned about leaving her teaching job and the family they had known all their lives. But Joseph's enthusiasm proved contagious, and his detailed phone calls describing the stunning landscapes and genuine warmth of the locals gradually won her over. He talked about hiking the tundra that stretched endlessly toward the horizon, about learning to pan for gold in the creeks where prospectors had struck it rich over a century ago, about the incredible silence that settled over the land when the wind stopped blowing. In his letters, he painted pictures of a place where they could truly start fresh, away from the complications and disappointments that had followed them in Texas. The couple had been planning their engagement for months, with Joseph intending to propose during the brief summer when Nome transformed from a snow-covered outpost into a bustling hub of mining activity and tourism. He had already picked out a ring from one of the local jewelry stores, a simple band embedded with genuine Alaskan gold that would symbolize their new beginning in this incredible wilderness. Their wedding would be small and intimate, perhaps held on the beach where the Bering Sea met the tundra, with the midnight sun providing natural illumination for their ceremony. On June 24th, Joseph set out alone for what was supposed to be a short hiking expedition into the tundra northeast of Nome. He had been planning the trip for days, studying topographical maps with local residents who warned him about the deceptive nature of the landscape, where gentle rolling hills could quickly give way to treacherous bogs and hidden creeks. The weather forecast called for clear skies and temperatures in the mid-60s, perfect conditions for exploring the wildflowers that carpeted the Arctic plains during the brief summer season. He carried a fully stocked backpack with emergency supplies, a GPS unit, and enough food and water for 2 days, even though he planned to return by evening. Megan was working her first shift at the local elementary school, helping with their summer reading program when Joseph kissed her goodbye that morning. He promised to be back in time for dinner, excited to share whatever discoveries he might make during his exploration of their new homeland. She remembers him standing in their tiny apartment doorway, backpack slung over his shoulder, his face bright with the kind of anticipation she had not seen since they were teenagers planning their first camping trip together. That image would haunt her for years afterward. Joseph silhouetted against the endless Arctic daylight, waving goodbye with no idea he would never return home. When Joseph failed to appear by midnight, Megan began making phone calls to his co-workers and the few local friends they had begun to cultivate. Nome operated on a different schedule during the summer months, with many residents staying active well into the traditional nighttime hours, taking advantage of the perpetual daylight to accomplish tasks that would be impossible during the dark winter months. But nobody had seen Joseph since he left town that morning, and his cell phone went straight to voicemail, suggesting he was either in an area with no coverage or his battery had died. The Nome Police Department launched a search operation at dawn the next day, coordinating with Alaska State Troopers and local volunteer search and rescue teams who knew the surrounding terrain better than anyone. They found Joseph's backpack approximately 8 miles northeast of town, sitting upright against a small boulder as if he had carefully placed it there before walking away. The backpack contained all of his supplies: food, water, emergency shelter, first aid kit, even his wallet and identification. The only items missing were the clothes he had been wearing and the small digital camera he always carried to document their Alaskan adventures. What disturbed the search teams most was the complete absence of any trail leading away from the backpack. The tundra around Nome preserves footprints remarkably well during the summer months, when the permafrost creates a solid base beneath the surface vegetation. Joseph's tracks were clearly visible, leading to the spot where they found his pack, but there were no footprints indicating which direction he might have traveled afterward. The search dogs brought in from Anchorage lost his scent at the same location, as if he had simply vanished into the thin Arctic air. As the search expanded to cover over 50 square miles of tundra, Megan began learning about Nome's dark history of unexplained disappearances. Local residents, initially reluctant to discuss the subject with outsiders, gradually opened up about the 24 people who had vanished from the area between 1960 and 2004. Most of the missing were men between the ages of 20 and 40, many of them newcomers to Alaska, who had come north seeking work or adventure just like Joseph. The FBI had investigated these disappearances extensively but never found evidence of foul play, concluding that the harsh environment and isolation were the most likely explanations. The revelation that Joseph was not Noam's first unexplained disappearance sent shockwaves through the small community and created deep divisions among residents. Some believed that discussing the missing people would damage Noam's reputation and hurt the tourism industry that provided crucial seasonal income. Others argued that the families deserved answers and that ignoring the pattern would only put more lives at risk. Longtime residents whispered about everything from serial killers to supernatural forces, while newer arrivals like Megan demanded thorough investigations and accountability from law enforcement. Megan threw herself into researching every detail of the previous disappearances, spending countless hours at the Nome Library and interviewing elderly residents who remembered the earlier cases. She discovered disturbing patterns. Many of the missing had been described as experienced outdoorsmen who should have known how to survive in the wilderness. Several had left behind personal belongings in locations where they seemed to have vanished without explanation, and almost none of the bodies had ever been recovered despite extensive searches. The lack of physical evidence was particularly troubling in a landscape where human remains should be preserved by the cold, dry conditions. The search for Joseph continued for 3 weeks, utilizing helicopters, all-terrain vehicles, trained search dogs, and dozens of volunteers who combed every accessible square mile of tundra around Nome. Alaska State Troopers brought in specialized equipment designed for Arctic conditions, including ground-penetrating radar that could detect buried objects beneath the permafrost. The Coast Guard searched the coastline in case Joseph had somehow made his way to the Bering Sea, while local pilots flew grid patterns over the vast wilderness that stretched toward Siberia. Despite these exhaustive efforts, no trace of Joseph was ever found. As summer turned to autumn and the search was officially suspended, Megan faced the devastating reality that she might never know what happened to the man she had planned to marry. The stress of the disappearance and the community tensions it had created made staying in Nome unbearable, but leaving felt like abandoning Joseph to whatever fate had befallen him in the unforgiving wilderness. She struggled with guilt over not insisting on accompanying him that final morning, wondering if her presence might have prevented the tragedy or at least provided answers about what had occurred in those crucial moments when he disappeared. The case attracted national attention when podcast investigator Payne Lindsay arrived in Nome years later to examine both Joseph's disappearance and the subsequent vanishing of Florence Okpialuk in 2020. His investigation revealed the deep mistrust and paranoia that had infected the community, with residents reluctant to share information and law enforcement agencies sometimes working at cross purposes. The attention brought new scrutiny to Nome's history of missing persons, but also intensified the divisions that had been tearing the town apart since Joseph first walked into the tundra and vanished without explanation. Today, Joseph's disappearance remains one of Alaska's most haunting unsolved mysteries, a reminder of how quickly the frontier can reclaim those who underestimate its power. Megan eventually returned to Texas, but she continues to advocate for missing persons cases and maintains hope that someday the tundra will reveal its secrets and provide the closure that has eluded her for so many years. Joseph's story serves as a sobering warning for anyone tempted by Alaska's beauty to remember that the last frontier demands respect, preparation, and an understanding that some who venture into its embrace are never allowed to leave. The morning of October 16, 1972 dawned clear and cold across south-central Alaska, with the first hints of winter already painting the mountaintops in pristine white. At Anchorage International Airport, a small Cessna 310C bearing tail number N1812H sat on the tarmac, its twin engines warming up for what should have been a routine 3-hour flight to Juneau. The aircraft carried 4 passengers whose names would become legendary in Alaskan aviation history. House Majority Leader Thomas Hale Boggs from Louisiana, Alaska Congressman Nicholas Joseph Begich, Begich's aide Russell Brown, and pilot Don Johns. None of them could have imagined that their departure at 8:56 that morning would mark the beginning of one of the most extensive search operations in American history, or that their disappearance would give birth to decades of speculation about everything from political conspiracy to supernatural phenomena in the region that would later be dubbed the Alaska Triangle. Hale Boggs had arrived in Alaska as part of a 48-hour campaign blitz designed to support his colleague Nick Begich, who was facing a surprisingly competitive re-election battle against Republican challenger Don Young. At 58 years old, Boggs was one of the most powerful politicians in Washington, having served 14 non-consecutive terms in the House of Representatives and wielding considerable influence as the Democratic Majority Leader. His presence in Alaska was particularly significant because he and Begich had been on opposite sides of a leadership contest just a year earlier, making this campaign trip as much about party unity as it was about electoral politics. The two men had spent the previous evening at a fundraising event in Anchorage, where Boggs had delivered his characteristic passionate speeches about democratic values and the importance of Alaska's voice in Congress. Nick Begich, at 39, represented the new generation of Alaskan political leadership, a man who understood both the unique challenges facing America's largest state and the complex relationship between Alaska and the federal government. Born and raised in Minnesota, Begich had moved to Alaska in the early 1960s, establishing himself as an educator and community leader before winning election to Congress in 1970. His campaign for re-election was focused on bringing federal resources to Alaska, while protecting the state's independence and natural resources from what he saw as overreaching federal bureaucracy. The flight to Juneau was intended to be the final stop on a statewide campaign tour that would culminate in a major fundraising event designed to give Begich the financial resources needed for the final push toward Election Day. The weather forecast for the flight had called for marginal visual flight rules conditions along the route, with low clouds and possible icing conditions in the mountain passes between Anchorage and Juneau. Don Johns, the pilot employed by Pan Alaska Airways, was an experienced aviator who had flown this route numerous times and understood the challenges posed by Alaska's rapidly changing weather patterns. The Cessna 310C was a capable twin-engine aircraft, well-suited for Alaska's demanding conditions. Equipped with the necessary instruments for flying in challenging weather and powered by reliable engines that had proven themselves throughout the state's aviation community. However, the aircraft was not equipped with an emergency locator transmitter, despite Alaska state regulations that had recently been enacted requiring such devices on aircraft operating in the territory. At 9:09 that morning, Don Johns made his final radio contact with Anchorage Air Traffic Control, requesting updated weather information as the aircraft approached the mountainous terrain surrounding Portage Pass. This routine communication gave no indication of any problems aboard the aircraft, and weather conditions at the time appeared to be within acceptable limits for the flight to continue. The planned route would take the Cessna through some of Alaska's most spectacular but challenging terrain, including mountain passes where sudden weather changes could create treacherous flying conditions and vast wilderness areas where a downed aircraft might remain hidden for decades. After that final radio transmission, N1812H vanished from all radar screens and never made another verifiable radio contact, disappearing somewhere over the trackless wilderness between Anchorage and Juneau. When the Cessna failed to arrive in Juneau by its scheduled arrival time of noon, airport authorities initiated standard overdue aircraft procedures, attempting to establish radio contact and alerting search and rescue coordinators about the missing flight. By early afternoon, it became clear that something serious had happened to the aircraft carrying two of America's most prominent politicians, and a massive search operation was launched that would eventually involve every branch of the military, the Coast Guard, Civil Air Patrol, and dozens of civilian pilots who volunteered their aircraft and expertise. The initial search focused on the planned flight route, particularly the mountain passes and glaciated terrain where weather-related accidents were most likely to occur. The search operation that followed would become the largest and most extensive in Alaskan history, ultimately involving more than 400 aircraft and thousands of personnel over the course of 39 days. Coast Guard cutters searched the waters of Prince William Sound and the Gulf of Alaska, while Army and Air Force helicopters combed the mountainous terrain along the flight route. Civil Air Patrol volunteers flew hundreds of hours in small aircraft, systematically searching every valley and glacier for any sign of the missing Cessna. The search was complicated by Alaska's vast distances and challenging terrain, as well as weather conditions that frequently grounded aircraft and limited visibility to just a few hundred feet. Despite the enormous resources devoted to finding N1812H, searchers never located so much as a single piece of debris from the aircraft. The failure to find any trace of the aircraft led to intense speculation about what might have caused the disappearance, with theories ranging from mechanical failure and weather-related accidents to far more sinister explanations involving political conspiracy and sabotage. Some observers noted that Hale Boggs had been increasingly critical of FBI Director J. Edgar Hoover and had called for investigations into government surveillance activities, leading to speculation that the disappearance might have been orchestrated by federal agencies seeking to silence a troublesome politician. These conspiracy theories were fueled by the complete absence of any physical evidence from the crash site, which seemed unusual even by Alaska standards, where aircraft accidents typically left at least some recoverable debris. The investigation into the disappearance revealed several troubling details about the flight preparation and equipment aboard N1812H. The National Transportation Safety Board determined that the aircraft was not equipped with a functioning emergency locator transmitter, despite Alaska state regulations requiring such devices on aircraft operating in remote areas. Investigators discovered that Don Johns's portable emergency transmitter had been left behind in another aircraft at Fairbanks, and witnesses reported seeing an unidentified object in the pilot's briefcase that resembled but was not identical to a portable emergency locator device. This lack of emergency equipment meant that even if the aircraft had survived an initial impact, searchers would have had no electronic signal to guide them to the crash site. Radio operators throughout Alaska reported hearing fragmentary transmissions that might have come from the missing aircraft during the days following the disappearance. But none of these reports could be conclusively verified or used to narrow the search area. The reported transmissions included garbled voices that some listeners believed sounded like distress calls. But the poor quality and brief duration of these signals made positive identification impossible. These unconfirmed radio contacts only added to the mystery surrounding the flight, raising questions about whether the aircraft had survived an initial emergency, only to crash later in a location even more remote than the planned flight route. The political implications of the disappearance became apparent almost immediately, as both Boggs and Begich were on the ballot for the November election despite being missing and presumed dead. In one of the stranger chapters of American electoral history, both men were re-elected to Congress while search operations for their aircraft continued. Hale Boggs was succeeded in office by his wife Lindy, who would serve 8 terms representing Louisiana's 2nd Congressional District, while Nick Begich was ultimately replaced by his Republican challenger Don Young, who would go on to serve Alaska in Congress for the next 49 years until his own death in 2022. The Begich family would continue to play a prominent role in Alaska politics, with Nick's descendants serving in various elected offices, including the United States Senate and the mayoralty of Anchorage. The disappearance of N1812H would become the foundational case for what paranormal investigators later dubbed the Alaska Triangle, a vast area of wilderness bounded roughly by Anchorage, Juneau, and Barrow, where an unusually high number of aircraft and people have vanished without explanation. Proponents of supernatural theories point to the Boggs-Begich disappearance as evidence that mysterious forces operate within this region, noting the complete absence of any recoverable debris and the failure of such an extensive search operation to locate even the smallest trace of the aircraft. Skeptics argue that Alaska's challenging terrain and weather conditions provide sufficient explanation for the disappearance, particularly given the aircraft's lack of proper emergency equipment and the marginal weather conditions along the flight route. Modern technology has renewed interest in solving the 53-year-old mystery, with some investigators suggesting that climate change and glacial melting might eventually reveal the wreckage of N1812H. Several military aircraft that crashed in Alaska during the 1940s and 1950s have been discovered in recent years as glaciers retreat and expose previously hidden crash sites, raising hopes that the Boggs Baggage aircraft might someday be found. Advanced search technologies including satellite imagery, ground-penetrating radar, and sophisticated aircraft tracking systems have been proposed for renewed search efforts, though the vast size of the potential search area continues to present enormous challenges. The legacy of the October 16, 1972 disappearance extends far beyond the immediate political consequences, serving as a sobering reminder of the dangers that continue to face aviators operating in Alaska's unforgiving environment. The case influenced federal aviation regulations requiring emergency locator transmitters on aircraft, potentially saving lives in subsequent aviation emergencies. More broadly, the disappearance of two prominent American politicians in Alaska's wilderness underscored the state's remoteness and the risks accepted by anyone who ventures into its vast interior, whether by aircraft, boat, or on foot. Today, the mystery of N1812H remains one of Alaska's most enduring unsolved cases, a testament to the power of the wilderness to reclaim those who dare to challenge its dominion. The autumn wind carried the scent of salt and approaching winter across Nome's West Beach on September 28, 2021, when Florence Okpialuk made her final decision to disappear. The 36-year-old Alaska Native woman had been living in the weathered canvas tent for nearly 3 weeks, part of a growing encampment of homeless individuals who had found themselves displaced in Alaska's harsh economic reality. Florence had moved to Nome from the remote village of Wales, population 145, seeking better opportunities and medical care for her chronic health conditions. What she found instead was a housing crisis that left her camping on the windswept beach while waiting for assistance from overwhelmed social services agencies. Florence's journey to Nome reflected the struggles faced by many Alaska Native people who leave their traditional villages seeking employment, education, or health care in larger communities. Wales, situated on the western tip of the Seward Peninsula just 55 miles from the Siberian coast, offered few opportunities beyond subsistence hunting and fishing. The village had no running water, limited electricity, and healthcare services that required expensive flights to Nome or Anchorage for anything beyond basic first aid. Florence had worked as a village health aide in Wales, providing crucial medical services to her community. But chronic back pain from a childhood injury required specialized treatment that was simply unavailable in her home village. The tent city on Nome's West Beach had grown throughout the summer of 2021 as Alaska's ongoing housing shortage reached crisis levels. Nome, with its population of approximately 3,600 people, struggled to provide adequate housing for both longtime residents and newcomers seeking opportunities in the gold mining industry or government services. The beach encampment existed in a legal gray area, technically on public land but increasingly viewed as a public health and safety concern by local authorities. Florence's tent sat among 8 others, a small community of people who looked out for each other while navigating the complex bureaucracy of social services and housing assistance programs. Those who knew Florence described her as a quiet, thoughtful woman who had maintained her dignity despite difficult circumstances. She spoke fluent Inupiaq and English, serving as an informal translator and advocate for other Alaska Native people in the camp, who struggled with language barriers when dealing with government agencies. Her tent was organized and clean, containing a few personal belongings including family photographs, traditional beadwork supplies, and the medications she needed for her chronic conditions. She had been working with Nome's social services coordinator to secure permanent housing, but the waiting list for affordable apartments stretched for months or even years. On the Churdo evening of September 27th, several residents of the beach camp remembered Florence seeming more anxious than usual, pacing near her tent and making frequent trips to the payphone at the nearby gas station. She had mentioned waiting for an important phone call about a potential housing opportunity, expressing both hope and skepticism that anything would come of it. The other campers noticed she had packed her few belongings into a backpack, though she had not mentioned any plans to leave the area. That night, she shared coffee with her tent neighbors around a small campfire, speaking in Inupiaq about her grandmother's traditional stories and expressing worry about the approaching winter. The morning of September 28th dawned gray and windy, with temperatures in the low 40s and the promise of Alaska's brief autumn rapidly giving way to winter's grip. Florence's tent neighbors remember her being up early, sitting outside her shelter and watching the sunrise over Norton Sound, while drinking instant coffee from a metal camping cup. Around 8 in the morning, she told Martha Kokaluk, the woman whose tent was closest to hers, that she was going for a walk along the beach to clear her head and think about her options. She was wearing her usual outfit: dark jeans, a heavy flannel shirt, a gray hooded sweatshirt, and black sneakers that had seen better days. Martha would later tell investigators that Florence seemed different that morning, more focused and determined than she had appeared in recent days. The two women had developed a friendship based on their shared experience of displacement from traditional villages, and Martha recognized signs of stress and decision-making in her friend's demeanor. Florence had mentioned feeling overwhelmed by the complexity of the housing assistance application process and frustrated by the seemingly endless requirements and documentation needed to qualify for help. She expressed particular anxiety about the approaching winter, knowing that the beach camp would become uninhabitable once Nome's brutal weather arrived in earnest. When Florence failed to return to her tent by afternoon, Martha initially assumed she had found indoor shelter for the day or was dealing with paperwork at one of the social services offices. However, as evening approached and temperatures began dropping, the other camp residents grew concerned and began searching the immediate area. They found Florence's tent exactly as she had left it, with her sleeping bag, medications, and identification documents still inside. Most disturbingly, her heavy winter coat remained in the tent, despite the cooling weather that would have made the garment necessary for anyone planning to spend extended time outdoors. The search expanded the next morning when Martha contacted Nome Police Department to report her friend missing. Officer David Kokiok, himself an Alaska native who understood the cultural nuances of the situation, interviewed the other camp residents and began organizing a systematic search of Nome's limited road system and the extensive beach areas surrounding the community. The initial search focused on locations where Florence might have sought shelter, including abandoned buildings, storage facilities, and areas around the harbor where she might have tried to escape the increasingly harsh weather. Alaska State Troopers joined the search operation on the second day, bringing additional personnel and specialized equipment designed for wilderness searches in Alaska's challenging environment. Trooper Jeff Jacobson, who had extensive experience with missing persons cases involving Alaska Native individuals, coordinated with local tribal organizations and traditional knowledge holders who understood the area's geography and hazards. The search teams utilized all-terrain vehicles to cover the road system connecting Nome to surrounding communities, while volunteers on foot searched the extensive beach areas and tidal zones where someone might have encountered difficulties. The discovery that would haunt investigators came on October 3rd, nearly a week after Florence's disappearance. A group of volunteers searching the beach approximately 2 miles west of the tent camp found Florence's black sneakers, socks, and gray hooded sweatshirt neatly arranged on the sand just above the high tide line. The clothing appeared to have been deliberately placed rather than scattered by wind or waves, and there were no signs of struggle or violence in the surrounding area. Most puzzling was the fact that the items showed no evidence of prolonged exposure to the elements, despite having been missing for nearly a week during a period of harsh weather. The condition and arrangement of Florence's clothing created more questions than answers for investigators trying to understand what had happened during her walk along the beach. The sneakers were placed side by side as if someone had carefully removed them before entering the water, while the socks were tucked inside and the sweatshirt was folded nearby. However, extensive searches of the water and shoreline areas revealed no trace of Florence herself, despite conditions that should have preserved evidence of what had occurred. The discovery site was thoroughly documented and processed for forensic evidence, but investigators found no clear indication of whether Florence had entered the water voluntarily or encountered some other form of harm. The investigation into Florence's disappearance revealed the broader context of missing and murdered Indigenous women and people that has affected Alaska Native communities for generations. Alaska has one of the highest rates of missing Indigenous persons in the United States, with cases often receiving insufficient resources and attention from law enforcement agencies. Florence's case became part of a growing movement demanding better investigation and prevention efforts led by Alaska Native activists who argued that systemic discrimination and cultural misunderstanding contributed to the high number of unresolved cases affecting their communities. The search for Florence continued for weeks, involving helicopter overflights, marine patrols, and ground teams that covered hundreds of square miles of wilderness surrounding Nome. The Alaska Bureau of Investigation brought in specialized equipment, including sonar devices, to search the waters of Norton Sound and ground-penetrating radar to examine areas where Florence might have sought shelter or encountered harm. Despite these extensive efforts, investigators found no additional evidence that could explain what had happened to the missing woman or provide closure for her family and friends. Florence's family from Wales traveled to Nome to participate in the search efforts and advocate for continued investigation into her disappearance. Her sister Agnes Okpieluk spoke publicly about the need for better support services for Alaska Native people dealing with homelessness and the importance of treating missing persons cases with appropriate urgency regardless of the victim's housing status. The family organized traditional ceremonies to honor Florence and call for her safe return, drawing attention to the cultural dimensions of the case that outside investigators might not fully understand. The case attracted national attention when podcast investigator Payne Lindsay included Florence's disappearance in his examination of missing persons cases in Nome, Alaska. His investigation revealed the complex social and economic factors that had contributed to Florence's vulnerable situation, as well as the challenges faced by law enforcement agencies investigating cases involving Alaska Native individuals. The podcast brought renewed scrutiny to Nome's history of unexplained disappearances and the ongoing crisis of missing and murdered Indigenous people throughout Alaska. Today, Florence Okpieluk's disappearance remains officially classified as an open missing persons case, with Alaska State Troopers continuing to follow up on any new information that might explain what happened during her walk along Nome's West Beach. Her tent was eventually removed from the beach encampment, but her personal belongings were carefully preserved by investigators who hoped that someday new evidence might provide answers for her family. Florence's case serves as a sobering reminder of the vulnerabilities faced by Alaska Native people dealing with homelessness and displacement, and the urgent need for better support systems to prevent similar tragedies in America's most remote communities. The weathered fishermen gathered around the scarred wooden table at Port Protection's only saloon tell the story of Lucas Avery with the kind of hushed reverence reserved for the dead and the disappeared. It was a tale that had grown in the telling over the past 3 years, acquiring new details and darker implications with each retelling. But the core facts remained as solid and unforgiving as the granite cliffs that surrounded their remote Southeast Alaska community. Lucas Avery, a 32-year-old maritime engineer from Portland, Oregon, had come to Port Protection in August of 2021 seeking the kind of authentic Alaskan experience that cruise ships and tour packages could never provide. Port Protection sits on the northern tip of Prince of Wales Island, a community so remote that it lacks basic infrastructure most Americans take for granted. No roads connect it to the outside world, no electrical grid powers its scattered homes, and no cell phone towers carry signals across the dense temperate rainforest that blankets the surrounding mountains. The 57 residents who call Port Protection home have chosen isolation deliberately, crafting lives built around subsistence fishing, hunting, and the kind of radical self-reliance that Alaska demands from those who venture beyond the reach of modern conveniences. Lucas had read about the community in outdoor magazines and planned his visit as the culminating adventure of a month-long solo journey through Southeast Alaska's Inside Passage. Lucas arrived aboard his 19-foot sea kayak on August 14th, having paddled north from Ketchikan through some of the most challenging waters in Southeast Alaska. The journey had taken him 2 weeks, navigating tidal currents that could reach 8 knots and threading his way between islands where brown bears outnumbered humans by significant margins. Local residents remember him as enthusiastic and well-prepared, carrying high-quality camping equipment and demonstrating the kind of competence on the water that came from years of experience kayaking the Pacific Northwest's demanding coastlines. He had established his camp on a small beach about a mile south of the main settlement, close enough to visit the community but far enough away to maintain the solitude he sought. The residents of Port Protection operate according to an informal but effective communication network based on marine radio frequencies that connect fishing boats, float planes, and the handful of homes equipped with radio equipment. Lucas had purchased a handheld marine radio specifically for his Alaska adventure, programming it with the frequencies used by local fishermen and the Coast Guard station in Ketchikan. During his first week in the area, he checked in regularly with the local radio net, providing updates on his location and plans while gathering information about weather conditions and potential hazards in the surrounding waters. His daily routine followed the rhythms established by experienced sea kayakers operating in Alaska's challenging maritime environment. Lucas would rise before dawn to take advantage of the calm conditions that often prevailed during early morning hours, when tidal currents were manageable and winds had not yet begun building. He spent his days exploring the intricate coastline of Prince of Wales Island, photographing wildlife and documenting his experiences in a waterproof journal that he planned to use for a book about solo wilderness travel. Evenings were devoted to camp maintenance, meal preparation, and radio communication with both local residents and his family back in Oregon. The weather forecast for August 22nd called for typical Southeast Alaska conditions. Overcast skies with periods of light rain and winds from the southeast at 10 to 15 knots. These were well within the parameters that Lucas had established for safe kayaking, and he announced his intention to explore the waters around nearby El Capitan Island during the morning radio net. Several local fishermen acknowledged his transmission and advised him to monitor Channel 16 for any changes in weather conditions, as Southeast Alaska's maritime climate could deteriorate rapidly without warning. The last confirmed communication from Lucas came at 11:47 that morning, when he radioed that he was approaching the northern shore of El Capitan Island and planned to explore several small coves before returning to his camp. When Lucas failed to participate in the evening radio net, Port Protection residents initially assumed he had experienced equipment failure or was simply out of range of the repeater station. However, by the following morning, concern began growing among the tight-knit community, especially when his planned return to camp went unnoticed. Gary Muhlberger, a longtime resident and experienced mariner, organized an informal search party using local fishing boats to check the areas where Lucas had planned to paddle. The searchers found Lucas's empty kayak floating upside down approximately 3 miles northeast of El Capitan Island, its emergency paddle missing and no sign of its occupant. The discovery of the overturned kayak triggered an immediate response from the United States Coast Guard station in Ketchikan, which dispatched a helicopter crew and additional vessels to search the waters around Prince of Wales Island. Coast Guard rescue swimmer Jake Morrison later described the conditions they encountered as challenging but not extreme, with 3 to 4 foot seas and visibility of approximately 2 miles. The search pattern expanded throughout the day to cover more than 50 square miles of water, utilizing both surface vessels and aircraft equipped with thermal imaging equipment capable of detecting a person in the water even in poor visibility conditions. The search operation revealed several disturbing details about Lucas's disappearance that puzzled both Coast Guard personnel and local residents familiar with sea kayaking safety procedures. The kayak's emergency paddle, which should have been secured to the deck with shock cord, was missing entirely, suggesting either equipment failure or that Lucas had been using it when whatever incident occurred took place. More puzzling was the absence of his personal flotation device, which experienced kayakers in Alaska waters typically wear at all times due to the lethally cold water temperatures that can cause incapacitation within minutes of immersion. Local residents familiar with the waters around El Capitan Island noted that the area where Lucas's kayak was found lay directly in the path of strong tidal currents that funnel between the island and the mainland shore. These currents, known locally as the El Capitan Rapids, can reach velocities of up to 6 knots during spring tides, creating standing waves and turbulent conditions that challenge even experienced kayakers. However, the tide tables for August 22nd showed relatively moderate current flow, and Lucas had demonstrated sufficient skill during his previous weeks in the area to handle such conditions under normal circumstances. The search continued for 5 days, involving Coast Guard aircraft from as far away as Sitka and volunteer vessels from communities throughout southeast Alaska. Searchers combed hundreds of miles of coastline, knowing that southeast Alaska's complex geography could carry debris or a person dozens of miles from the initial incident location. The search dogs brought in from Juneau lost any scent trail at the water's edge near Lucas's camp, confirming that he had departed by kayak as planned, but providing no additional information about what might have happened during his final paddle. Weather conditions during the search operation included periods of dense fog that limited visibility and occasionally grounded aircraft, highlighting the challenging environment that kayakers face in southeast Alaska waters. Local fishermen participating in the search efforts noted several anomalies during the days following Lucas's disappearance, including unusual behavior by marine mammals and birds that some attributed to the presence of orcas or other large predators in the area. While predator encounters involving sea kayakers are extremely rare, the remote waters around Prince of Wales Island support populations of both orcas and stellar sea lions that could potentially pose hazards to small watercraft. The official search was suspended after a week when Coast Guard commanders determined that survival in the 50-degree water temperatures was no longer possible, even for someone wearing appropriate cold water protection. However, port protection residents continued informal searches for several more weeks, checking remote beaches and coves where debris from Lucas's kayaking gear might have washed ashore. These efforts recovered several items of equipment that were positively identified as belonging to Lucas, including a waterproof storage bag containing his journal and camera, but provided no additional clues about the circumstances of his disappearance. The investigation into Lucas's disappearance examined several potential explanations, ranging from equipment failure and medical emergency to encounters with marine wildlife or extreme weather conditions. The National Transportation Safety Board conducted a preliminary investigation into the incident, interviewing local residents and examining the recovered kayak for evidence of structural failure or impact damage. However, the investigation was hampered by the absence of witnesses and the limited physical evidence available from the scene of the disappearance. Lucas's family traveled to Port Protection following the unsuccessful search, seeking closure and answers that the investigation had been unable to provide. His parents established a memorial fund supporting maritime safety education and search and rescue operations in Southeast Alaska, while his sister Sarah continued advocating for improved emergency communication systems in remote areas where cell phone coverage was non-existent. The family also worked with the Coast Guard to improve notification procedures for solo kayakers operating in Alaska's remote waters. The story of Lucas Avery's disappearance became part of the folklore surrounding Port Protection, joining other tales of mariners who had challenged Southeast Alaska's unforgiving waters and lost. Local residents speak of his case as a reminder that even experienced outdoors people can encounter hazards that prove insurmountable, and that Alaska's wilderness demands constant vigilance and respect from those who venture into its embrace. The empty beach where Lucas had established his final camp serves as an unofficial memorial to his memory, and a sobering reminder of the risks that accompany any attempt to experience Alaska's authentic wilderness. Today, Lucas Avery's disappearance remains classified as an unsolved missing persons case, though Coast Guard officials consider it most likely that he drowned following a kayaking accident in the challenging waters around El Capitan Island. His story continues to influence safety discussions among sea kayakers planning expeditions in Southeast Alaska, serving as a cautionary tale about the importance of emergency preparedness and communication systems when venturing into some of the most remote waters in North America. The mystery of what exactly happened during his final paddle may never be solved, but Lucas's legacy lives on in the improved safety practices adopted by other adventurers seeking to experience Alaska's maritime wilderness. The northern lights danced across the star-studded sky like ethereal ribbons of green and gold, casting an otherworldly glow over the remote backcountry lodge nestled deep in the Susitna Valley. Molly Winthrop pressed her face against the frosted window of her guest cabin, mesmerized by the aurora borealis display that had drawn her away from the warmth of Vermont's familiar forests to this wilderness sanctuary 60 miles northwest of Anchorage. At 43, the freelance nature photographer had built her career documenting wildlife and landscapes across North America, but Alaska's raw beauty represented the pinnacle of her artistic ambitions. The Aurora Lodge, a collection of rustic cabins accessible only by float plane or snow machine, promised the kind of pristine wilderness experience that modern tourism rarely provided. Molly had arrived at the lodge 3 days earlier aboard a vintage de Havilland Beaver float plane piloted by Jake Morrison, a taciturn Alaskan who had been flying passengers and supplies to remote locations for over 2 decades. The 40-minute flight from Anchorage had taken them over endless expanses of boreal forest punctuated by frozen lakes and mountain peaks that pierced the horizon like ancient sentinels. The Aurora Lodge sat on the shore of Mirror Lake, a pristine body of water surrounded by towering spruce trees, and accessible only during the brief summer months when aircraft could land on water or during winter when the frozen surface could support small planes equipped with skis. The lodge itself consisted of a main building housing the dining room, common area, and owner's quarters, surrounded by 8 individual guest cabins that could accommodate up to 20 visitors during peak season. During Molly's February visit, she was one of only 6 guests, sharing the remote sanctuary with 2 other photographers from California, a wildlife biologist from the University of Alaska Fairbanks, and a retired couple from Minnesota who had been visiting the lodge annually for 15 years. The intimate group size created a family-like atmosphere where guests shared meals, stories, and the profound silence that characterized Alaska's winter wilderness. Lodge owner Robert Hendricks had purchased the property in 1998 after retiring from a career as a commercial airline pilot, drawn by the same pristine wilderness that attracted his guests. He had spent years upgrading the facilities while maintaining their rustic character, installing a diesel generator for electricity, a sophisticated water filtration system, and communication equipment that could reach emergency services in Anchorage despite the remote location. Hendricks prided himself on providing guests with authentic wilderness experiences while maintaining the safety standards that came from his aviation background and decades of living in Alaska's challenging environment. The evening of February 15th began like most others at the Aurora Lodge, with guests gathering in the main building after dinner to share stories and watch for aurora activity through the large windows that faced north toward the Brooks Range. Molly had spent the day photographing wildlife tracks in the fresh snow, documenting the intricate patterns left by snowshoe hares, ptarmigan, and the occasional wolf pack that traversed the frozen landscape. She had captured stunning images of ice formations along the lakeshore and was planning to venture out later that night if the aurora forecast proved accurate. Weather conditions that evening were ideal for aurora viewing, with clear skies, minimal wind, and temperatures hovering around -20 degrees Fahrenheit. The National Weather Service had issued an aurora forecast predicting moderate to strong activity, and the lodge's location far from any light pollution offered unobstructed views of the northern horizon where the displays typically appeared most prominently. Molly had prepared her camera equipment earlier in the day, checking battery levels and ensuring her tripod was properly adjusted for the long exposures required to capture the aurora's ethereal movements. Around 10:30 that evening, the first faint green glow appeared on the northern horizon, gradually intensifying into the spectacular display that had drawn photographers from around the world to Alaska's winter wilderness. Molly bundled herself in multiple layers of insulation, gathered her camera gear, and stepped out into the crystalline night air that immediately began freezing the moisture in her breath. She established her photography position about 200 yards from her cabin near the lakeshore where the aurora's reflection would create mirror images in the polished ice surface. The other guests had also ventured outside to witness the celestial display, with some choosing to watch from the heated comfort of the main lodge while others braved the extreme cold to experience the aurora more intimately. Lodge owner Hendricks made his regular rounds to check on guests, reminding everyone about the dangers of extended cold exposure and advising them to return to heated buildings if they began experiencing any signs of hypothermia. The temperature had dropped to -25 degrees, cold enough to cause frostbite in exposed skin within minutes, and potentially fatal for anyone inadequately protected against the elements. Molly's photography session continued for nearly 2 hours as the aurora display reached peak intensity, with dancing curtains of light stretching from horizon to horizon in a cosmic performance that left her breathless with wonder. Her specialized cold weather camera equipment functioned perfectly in the extreme conditions, capturing image after image of the otherworldly phenomenon that had inspired countless legends among Alaska's indigenous peoples. She periodically returned to her cabin to warm her hands and check her equipment, but the spectacular display kept drawing her back outside despite the brutal cold. The last confirmed sighting of Molly occurred around 12:45 in the morning, when fellow photographer Dave Chen saw her adjusting her tripod near the lakeshore while the aurora activity began gradually diminishing. Chen had been photographing from a location closer to the main lodge and noticed Molly's silhouette against the starlit snow as she continued working despite the increasingly bitter cold. He considered approaching her to suggest returning to the warmth of the buildings, but decided against interrupting what appeared to be a productive photography session for someone experienced enough to manage her own safety in challenging conditions. When Molly failed to appear for breakfast the following morning, Hendricks knocked on her cabin door and discovered it unlocked with no sign that she had returned after her aurora photography session. Her camera equipment was missing, suggesting she had been carrying it when whatever incident occurred took place. The cabin showed no signs of disturbance, with her remaining gear neatly organized and her bed unslept in, indicating she had never returned from her late-night photography expedition. Most troubling was the absence of her heavy winter parka, which remained hanging in the cabin closet despite the lethal cold that would have made such protection essential for survival. The search for Molly began immediately, with Hendricks and his staff conducting an initial survey of the immediate area around the lodge while other guests checked the shoreline and nearby trails. Alaska State Troopers were notified by radio, but severe weather conditions prevented immediate helicopter support, leaving the initial search efforts to lodge personnel and guests who understood the urgency of finding someone exposed to Alaska's winter wilderness. The search was complicated by fresh snowfall that had begun around 3 in the morning, potentially covering any tracks or signs that might have indicated Molly's movements or the location where an incident had occurred. Professional search and rescue teams arrived the following day aboard snow machines and all-terrain vehicles, bringing specialized equipment and trained search dogs capable of detecting human scent even under challenging winter conditions. The teams systematically covered expanding search grids around the lodge, paying particular attention to the lakeshore area where Molly had been photographing and any terrain features that might have posed hazards during nighttime travel. Despite these extensive efforts, searchers found no trace of Molly or her camera equipment, an outcome that seemed impossible given the limited area where she could have traveled on foot in the extreme cold. The search expanded to include helicopter overflights once weather conditions improved, with aircraft equipped with thermal imaging technology that could detect heat signatures even in heavily forested terrain. Pilots familiar with Alaska's search and rescue operations noted that the pristine snow conditions should have preserved any evidence of Molly's movements, making the absence of tracks or disturbance signs particularly puzzling. The helicopter searches covered more than 50 square miles of wilderness surrounding the lodge, including remote valleys and ridgelines where someone might have wandered if disoriented by cold or equipment failure. As days passed without discovering any trace of Molly, theories about her disappearance ranged from cold weather accidents and wildlife encounters to more speculative explanations involving the mysterious phenomena that some associated with Alaska's remote wilderness areas. Lodge guests and staff reported unusual sounds during the nights following her disappearance, including distant howling that could have been wolves or wind, and unexplained lights that might have been aircraft or aurora activity. These accounts contributed to an atmosphere of unease that affected everyone at the remote lodge. The investigation revealed that Molly had been an experienced cold weather photographer who understood the dangers of Alaska's winter environment and typically took appropriate precautions when working in extreme conditions. Her camera equipment included backup batteries and cold weather protection systems that should have functioned reliably in the conditions she encountered that night. However, investigators noted that even experienced outdoors people could encounter unexpected equipment failures or medical emergencies that might lead to life-threatening situations in Alaska's unforgiving environment. The search for Molly continued for 2 weeks before being officially suspended, though lodge owner Hendricks and other local residents maintained informal searches throughout the remainder of the winter. Spring searches after the snow melted revealed no additional evidence that might explain her disappearance, leaving her family and friends without the closure they desperately sought. The Aurora Lodge continued operating, but Hendricks installed additional safety equipment and implemented more stringent guest monitoring procedures to prevent similar incidents. Today, Molly Winthrop's disappearance remains an unsolved mystery that has become part of the folklore surrounding Alaska's remote wilderness lodges. Her case serves as a sobering reminder that even experienced outdoors people can encounter hazards that prove insurmountable in Alaska's challenging environment, where help may be hours or days away and where weather conditions can change from manageable to life-threatening within minutes. The dancing aurora that drew her to that frozen lake shore continues to attract photographers and adventure seekers, but Molly's story ensures that visitors understand the respect that Alaska's wilderness demands from all who venture into its embrace. The mist hung heavy over Resurrection Bay as the massive Norwegian Star glided toward the port of Seward, its 15 decks carrying 3,400 passengers eager to experience the raw majesty of Alaska's Kenai Peninsula. Among them stood Anthony Rios, a 51-year-old civil engineer from Albuquerque, New Mexico, who had spent months planning this Alaskan cruise as a celebration of his recent divorce settlement and a chance to reconnect with the wilderness photography that had been his passion before marriage and career demands consumed his time. He leaned against the ship's railing on Deck 7, watching the towering peaks of the Chugach Mountains emerge from the morning fog like ancient guardians protecting the secrets of America's last frontier. Anthony had booked the cruise independently, seeking solitude and adventure after 23 years of marriage that had ended amicably but left him questioning the direction of his life. His ex-wife, Patricia, had received their house in Santa Fe's foothills, while Anthony kept their shared photography equipment and the freedom to pursue the travel adventures they had always postponed for more practical concerns. The Norwegian Star's 7-day inside passage itinerary promised glacier viewing, wildlife encounters, and most importantly for Anthony, access to some of Alaska's most spectacular hiking opportunities during the ship's port calls in Ketchikan, Juneau, and Seward. The ship docked in Seward at 6:30 that morning, with passengers scheduled to disembark for various shore excursions ranging from luxury coach tours to challenging backcountry adventures. Anthony had researched the area extensively, ultimately choosing a guided glacier trek to the terminus of Exit Glacier, located within Kenai Fjords National Park about 10 miles from downtown Seward. The 8-hour excursion would take participants through temperate rainforest, across rocky moraines, and finally onto the glacier itself, offering unparalleled opportunities for the landscape photography that had drawn Anthony to Alaska in the first place. The tour group consisted of 12 passengers led by Marcus Peterson, a certified wilderness guide with 15 years of experience leading visitors through Alaska's challenging terrain. Peterson briefed the group on safety protocols, weather conditions, and the physical demands of glacier travel, emphasizing that participants needed to maintain visual contact with guides at all times, due to the potential for rapidly changing conditions and hidden crevasses. Anthony impressed the guide with his quality camera equipment and his questions about optimal shooting positions, demonstrating both preparation and respect for the environment they would be entering. The initial portion of the trek proceeded smoothly, with the group hiking established trails through dense Sitka spruce forest, while Peterson provided commentary about the area's natural history and the dramatic retreat of Exit Glacier over the past century. Anthony hung back from the main group periodically to capture images of old-growth trees draped in moss and the occasional glimpse of snow-capped peaks through the forest canopy. His fellow hikers were a mix of fitness levels and ages, but all seemed capable of handling the moderate terrain that characterized the approach to the glacier. The group reached the glacier's terminus around noon, where they paused for lunch while marveling at the massive ice formation that had carved the valley over thousands of years. Anthony was particularly fascinated by the glacier's constantly changing surface, where ice flows created dramatic crevasses and ice caves that captured light in spectacular ways. He asked Peterson about accessing better photography positions, expressing particular interest in the lateral moraines that bordered the glacier, and offered elevated vantage points for capturing the ice field's full scope. Peterson agreed to lead a smaller subgroup, including Anthony and 3 other experienced hikers, to a rocky outcrop about a quarter-mile from the main glacier viewing area. The guide emphasized that this advanced position required careful attention to footing and weather conditions, as afternoon temperature changes could create unstable ice conditions and sudden fog banks that reduced visibility to mere yards. Anthony assured the guide that he understood the risks and would follow all safety protocols while pursuing his photography objectives. The advanced photography group spent approximately 90 minutes on the rocky outcrop, with Anthony capturing what he later described to fellow hikers as some of the most spectacular glacier images he had ever taken. The lighting conditions were perfect, with partial cloud cover creating dramatic contrasts between the blue-white ice and the surrounding granite peaks. Anthony's enthusiasm was evident to other group members who noticed him moving confidently among the rocks while seeking optimal shooting angles for his increasingly heavy camera bag. The group began their return journey around 3:15, with Peterson leading them back toward the main trail system that would take them to the tour bus pickup location in Seward. The weather had remained stable throughout the day, with temperatures in the mid-40s and only light winds that posed no challenges for experienced hikers. Anthony continued photographing during the return journey, occasionally asking the group to pause while he captured images of wildlife or particularly striking landscape features along the trail. The first indication that something was wrong came when the group reached the trail junction where they should have regrouped with other tour participants. A quick head count revealed that Anthony was no longer with the group, though none of the other hikers could recall exactly when they had last seen him. Peterson immediately implemented emergency protocols, dividing the remaining hikers into search teams while using his satellite communication device to contact park rangers and the Norwegian Star's shore excursion coordinators. The initial search focused on the route between the rocky outcrop and the trail junction, covering approximately half a mile of varied terrain that included both established trails and off-trail areas where Anthony might have wandered while seeking photography opportunities. Search teams called his name repeatedly while looking for any signs of his passage, including dropped equipment or disturbed vegetation that might indicate where he had left the main group. The search was complicated by the terrain's complex topography, which included numerous side valleys and rock formations where someone could easily become separated from their companions. Park rangers arrived within 2 hours, bringing additional personnel and specialized search equipment, including avalanche beacons that could detect electronic devices at considerable distances. The rangers established a command post at the Exit Glacier Visitor Center while coordinating with the Coast Guard, Alaska State Troopers, and volunteer search and rescue teams from the Seward area. The Norwegian Star delayed its departure while ship personnel contacted Anthony's emergency contacts and coordinated with search coordinators about extending the search window. The search operation expanded dramatically on the second day, with helicopter crews from the Alaska National Guard joining ground teams that had worked through the night despite challenging weather conditions. The helicopters carried thermal imaging equipment capable of detecting human heat signatures through forest canopies and cloud cover, technology that had proven successful in previous Alaskan search operations. However, the complex terrain around Exit Glacier presented unique challenges for both ground and aerial searchers, with numerous valleys and rock formations that could hide someone from detection. Search teams discovered Anthony's camera on the third day, found approximately 1 mile from where he had last been seen by fellow tour participants. The camera was located in a steep-sided ravine that had been carved by glacial meltwater, sitting on rocks about 30 feet below the rim where Anthony might have been photographing the scenic gorge. The camera appeared undamaged and contained hundreds of images from Anthony's Alaska cruise, including spectacular shots taken during his final glacier trek that documented his movements up until the time of his disappearance. The discovery location raised troubling questions about what had happened to Anthony after he became separated from his tour group. The ravine where his camera was found offered dramatic photography opportunities with a small waterfall and interesting rock formations that would have appealed to someone seeking unique landscape images. However, the steep terrain would have required extreme caution to access safely, and the loose rock surfaces could have created hazardous conditions for anyone attempting to climb down for better shooting positions. Analysis of the images stored on Anthony's camera revealed a progression of photographs taken throughout the day, with the final images captured at the rocky outcrop where the tour group had spent time before beginning their return journey. Camera timestamp data suggested that Anthony had continued photographing after the group began moving, potentially explaining how he had become separated from his companions. The final images showed no signs of distress or emergency conditions, suggesting that whatever incident occurred had happened after Anthony stopped taking photographs. The search continued for 8 days, involving more than 50 personnel and covering over 20 square miles of challenging wilderness terrain. Searchers utilized trained search dogs, helicopter overflights, ground-penetrating radar, and even divers who explored deep pools in the glacial streams where Anthony might have fallen. Despite these extensive efforts, no trace of Anthony himself was ever found, leaving investigators with more questions than answers about what had happened to the experienced hiker and photographer. The Norwegian Star eventually continued its itinerary after coordinating with Anthony's family and ensuring that all possible search resources remained committed to finding him. Cruise line representatives worked with law enforcement agencies to interview other passengers who might have interacted with Anthony during the voyage, seeking any information that might explain his disappearance or provide leads for the ongoing investigation. The ship's security footage confirmed Anthony's participation in the shore excursion but provided no additional insights into his state of mind or intentions. Today, Anthony Rios remains officially listed as a missing person, with Alaska State Troopers maintaining an open case file that includes all evidence collected during the extensive search operation. His disappearance has influenced safety protocols for glacier tours in the Seward area, with guides now implementing more stringent procedures for maintaining group cohesion and accounting for all participants throughout challenging terrain. The mystery of what happened to Anthony in those final moments serves as a sobering reminder that Alaska's wilderness can claim even experienced visitors who understand and respect its dangers, leaving families and investigators searching for answers that may never come. The camera's memory card would later reveal that Samantha Harding had captured her final photographs at 11:47 in the evening on September 3, 2022. As the aurora borealis painted the Arctic sky in shades of emerald and violet above the frozen tundra surrounding Utqiagvik, Alaska. The 29-year-old travel blogger from Baltimore had spent 6 days documenting life in America's northernmost community, formerly known as Barrow, sharing her experiences with an online following of nearly 40,000 subscribers who eagerly awaited her posts from some of the world's most remote destinations. Her last Instagram story, posted just hours before she vanished, showed her bundled in Arctic gear beside a frozen river, promising her followers the most spectacular Northern Lights footage they had ever seen. Samantha had built her reputation as an adventure travel blogger by seeking out destinations that other content creators avoided, places where luxury accommodations and reliable internet connections gave way to authentic cultural experiences and natural phenomena that could only be witnessed in the world's most isolated corners. Her blog, titled Wandering Beyond Borders, documented journeys to Mongolia's Gobi Desert, Iceland's volcanic highlands, and the remote villages of northern Norway. Alaska represented the culmination of her Arctic exploration series, a months-long project that had taken her from the temperate rainforests of southeast Alaska to the windswept tundra of the North Slope. The journey to Utqiagvik required careful planning and significant financial investment, as the community sits more than 300 miles north of the Arctic Circle and can only be reached by commercial flights from Anchorage or Fairbanks. Samantha had spent weeks coordinating with local guides and cultural liaisons, ensuring that her documentation of Inupiaq traditional life would be respectful and accurate. She had obtained the necessary permits for drone photography and invested in specialized Arctic camera equipment designed to function in temperatures that could drop to -40 degrees Fahrenheit even during the brief summer months. Her accommodation at the Top of the World Hotel placed her in the heart of Utqiagvik, a community of approximately 4,000 people who had adapted to life in one of Earth's most challenging environments. The hotel served as a gathering place for visitors ranging from climate researchers and oil industry workers to the occasional adventure tourist willing to pay premium prices for authentic Arctic experiences. Samantha quickly established relationships with local residents, including traditional whaling captain Moses Kanguk and his family, who agreed to share their knowledge of subsistence hunting and the cultural traditions that sustained Inupiaq communities through countless generations of Arctic survival. Her daily routine involved early morning photography sessions to capture the unique quality of Arctic light, followed by interviews with community members about their adaptation to climate change and the preservation of traditional knowledge. Samantha's blog posts from Utqiagvik reveal genuine respect for the challenges facing Arctic communities, avoiding the sensationalism that characterized many outsider accounts of life in extreme environments. She documented the construction techniques that allowed buildings to survive on permanently frozen ground, the complex logistics required to supply a community accessible only by air or sea, and the sophisticated traditional knowledge that enabled successful subsistence hunting in conditions that would quickly prove fatal to unprepared visitors. September 3rd marked the beginning of Samantha's final planned expedition, a solo photography journey to document the landscape surrounding Utqiagvik during the brief transition period between the endless daylight of Arctic summer and the approaching polar night. She had rented an all-terrain vehicle from a local outfitter, equipped with GPS navigation, emergency communication equipment, and survival supplies appropriate for extended travel on the tundra. Her planned route would take her approximately 15 miles southeast of town to the banks of the Mead River, where she hoped to capture images of caribou migration and the dramatic interplay between tundra vegetation and the approaching winter freeze. The weather forecast called for clear skies and temperatures in the low 20s, ideal conditions for the aurora photography that had drawn Samantha to Utqiagvik during the autumn equinox period when geomagnetic activity typically peaks. She departed the hotel around 4 in the afternoon, allowing sufficient time to reach her planned camping location and establish her photography equipment before darkness provided optimal conditions for capturing the northern lights. Her GPS device was programmed with waypoints marking her intended route and emergency shelter locations, while her satellite communicator provided two-way messaging capability with search and rescue coordinators in Anchorage. Local residents who saw Samantha departing remembered her enthusiasm about the planned photography session, as well as her careful preparation and respect for the Arctic environment that had claimed the lives of numerous visitors over the years. She carried redundant navigation systems, emergency shelter, and sufficient food and fuel for 3 days, following the survival protocols that experienced Arctic travelers consider essential for any journey beyond the immediate vicinity of permanent settlements. Her all-terrain vehicle was equipped with tracks rather than wheels, providing the flotation necessary for travel across tundra that could be deceptively soft, despite appearing solid and stable. The last confirmed GPS ping from Samantha's devices occurred at 10:32 that evening, placing her approximately 12 miles southeast of Utqiagvik, near the planned photography location beside the Mead River. The signal indicated normal device function and suggested that Samantha had successfully reached her intended destination and was presumably beginning her aurora photography session. Weather conditions at the time remained within acceptable parameters, with clear skies, light winds, and aurora activity that would have provided the spectacular displays she had traveled thousands of miles to document. When Samantha failed to return to Utqiagvik by her planned departure time the following afternoon, hotel staff contacted local authorities who initiated emergency protocols for overdue travelers in the Arctic environment. The North Slope Borough Search and Rescue Coordinator assembled a team of volunteers familiar with the terrain between Utqiagvik and the Mead River, while Alaska State Troopers prepared to deploy additional resources if the initial search efforts proved unsuccessful. The urgency of the situation was heightened by weather forecasts predicting deteriorating conditions that could make search operations extremely dangerous for both the missing person and rescue personnel. The search team located Samantha's abandoned all-terrain vehicle around noon on September 5th, approximately 2 miles from the last GPS coordinates, and showing no obvious signs of mechanical failure or accident. The vehicle was properly parked and secured with Samantha's emergency supplies still inside, along with most of her camera equipment. However, her primary camera, tripod, and cold weather clothing were missing, suggesting that she had departed the vehicle voluntarily for what was intended to be a temporary photography expedition. Most puzzling was the absence of any tracks leading away from the vehicle, as the soft tundra should have preserved clear evidence of her direction of travel. The discovery of Samantha's camera equipment came 2 days later, found by searchers approximately 1 mile northwest of her vehicle near a small lake that offered dramatic foreground elements for aurora photography. The camera and tripod were positioned as if Samantha had been actively photographing when something caused her to abandon the equipment. The camera's memory card contained hundreds of images documenting her journey to Utqiagvik, including spectacular aurora photographs taken throughout the night of September 3rd that demonstrated both her technical skill and artistic vision as a photographer. Analysis of the final images revealed increasingly spectacular aurora displays that would have required Samantha to remain outside for extended periods while adjusting camera settings and composition. The timestamps indicated continuous photography activity until 11:47, when the image sequence abruptly stopped with no obvious technical malfunction or environmental factor that would have prevented continued shooting. The final photograph showed a particularly dramatic aurora curtain stretching across the entire sky, suggesting that conditions remained excellent for photography when whatever incident occurred took place. Search efforts expanded to include helicopter overflights equipped with thermal imaging technology, ground teams using trained search dogs, and underwater search specialists who examined the lake near where Samantha's camera was found. The search covered more than 100 square miles of tundra, utilizing techniques developed specifically for Arctic search and rescue operations, where vast distances and extreme weather conditions create unique challenges. Despite these extensive efforts, no trace of Samantha herself was ever discovered, leaving investigators with more questions than answers about her final hours in the Arctic wilderness. The investigation attracted attention from Samantha's substantial online following, with her blog subscribers and social media followers organizing their own research efforts to analyze her final posts and GPS data for any clues that professional searchers might have overlooked. Online investigators noted anomalies in her final photographs, including unexplained light sources that did not appear to be consistent with aurora phenomena. Though image analysis experts could not conclusively determine whether these represented technical artifacts or actual environmental conditions at the photography site. Local Inupiaq elders shared traditional knowledge about the dangers that could befall travelers in the Arctic landscape, including sudden weather changes, disorientation caused by the featureless terrain, and the psychological effects of extended exposure to the profound silence and isolation that characterize the tundra environment. The elders emphasized that even experienced outdoors people could encounter conditions that proved fatal within minutes, particularly during the transitional seasons when ice conditions and weather patterns could change rapidly. The search for Samantha Harding was officially suspended after 2 weeks, though North Slope Borough authorities maintained the case as an active missing persons investigation. Her family established a scholarship fund supporting Arctic research and traditional knowledge preservation, while her blog posts from Utqiagvik continued to serve as educational resources about Inupiaq culture and the challenges facing Arctic communities. The mystery of her disappearance became part of the folklore surrounding Alaska's vast wilderness, a reminder that even the most prepared adventurers must respect the power of forces beyond human control in America's final frontier. Today, Samantha's story serves as both inspiration and warning for adventure travelers seeking authentic experiences in remote destinations. Her respectful documentation of Inupiaq culture and her obvious preparation for Arctic travel demonstrate the careful approach required for responsible exploration, while her disappearance underscores the reality that Alaska's wilderness can claim even those who understand and respect its dangers. The northern lights continue to dance